Good morning and welcome to the Breakfast Club. My name is Darren Hancock. I'm your host today, and welcome to January the 10th. We are looking at the NASDAQ, E-mini S&P, and Dow Jones here. So far this morning, we're looking for, on the daily, these are the daily charts. If we get another retap on this, standby. Sorry about that. Just making sure my wife gets off to school. She's a principal. That's what I mean. Anyway, so I'm looking for a retap of this fair value gap weekly. If we come back, find some support at that, and continue up for fill of this SIBI on the upside, I'd like to see that have some support here. Let's just get rid of that so you can see a little clearer. It'll either be the top of the fair value gap or just inside it here into this wick and the bottom of this daily fair value gap right here that we've just started entering into a few days ago. So we've, on the E-mini S&P, if you look here, we've got a fair value gap daily. I'll draw this out. There's your daily fair value gap here. We've gone all the way through it, all the way back to it, pushed through it one more time, and now we're sitting on the low end of that. Now if we continue on the downside, we're looking for a revisit of this. Let me get rid of that guy out of there. Fair value gap below. So we find some support in here, look for another drive down into this fair value gap down below. There's nothing on the other side here that would warrant, that I can see that warrants a nothing I can see there. We're already through the midpoint of this candle. We drove down below this swing point here. We came back up through the mean threshold. We closed above the mean threshold. That's why my thoughts lean towards more of a continued upward trend here yet. But we'll see how that goes. Mr. Dow Jones. Mr. Jones? I'm still thinking we're going to retap this fair value gap below us here before making any major run up. We have validated this order block here. We've come back through it. We're sitting right on the open of it now, or right near the mean threshold of that candle. Oh, we're sitting on the open of it now. We've eaten all through this already. We've had probes trying to get down. We've had probes trying to get up. We're kind of stuck in that little range right now, right in the midpoint of this range. So hard to tell what Dow Jones wants to do. So again, I'm looking for an Nasdaq today, so I like the idea of this coming back down to the weekly. Okay, let's look at Dixie. See how Dixie has used that point we were talking about yesterday again as another. It rose up there yesterday when we were talking about it bouncing between the weekly fair value gap and the daily. It literally did. Came up, tagged it, went all the way down, tagged it, and here we are again, tagging it one more time. So if we lose 50% of this wick here, or the mean threshold, sorry, not the mean threshold, it's called consequent encroachment, of that breaker and or weekly fair value gap, look for further upside for fill of that daily fair value gap that's sitting right in here. If not, if this holds price, we're looking for this to dig back down into here. Now that we've run this weekly high, we've run the highs out. It's hard to tell because we're still expecting at higher prices. I'm still thinking about potentially higher prices on the Dixie or on the sorry, my mind's somewhere else. I'm comparing this to the Nasdaq, sorry. Let's have a look at some potential confluences on the lower time frame. So we still have those equal highs here, equal lows on the British pound. Okay. Just looking at the Nasdaq on the 1 minute, it looks like it's starting to break some structure to the upside. Let's just finish this off quick. So British pound consolidation, break above. We have a break in structure here on the 1 hour. If we get back down into the body of the candle here, 127.13, that stays open, and then we get continuation to the upside. Look for these equal highs up here. Yeah, look for the equal highs to get taken out if we get more downside on the Dixie. So if we're heading for that fair value gap daily on the downside, which we do have a bearish trend overall, if we continue down now that this has just been a deep retracement, and we get further continuation down here, then we're looking for upside on the British pound. So look for return back into this area here. I'm going to put my little blue line here. Alright, right there. Well, this looks very much like the Dixie. So there should be a push for higher prices now. Hard to say. CPI tomorrow is probably going to be the telltale. And we'll just wait for CPI numbers to come out and see what happens after that. US CAD. Equal highs again. There's definitely draw on the downside, which means that fair value gap on the Dixie that we were talking about, it looks like it's going to, hard to tell. We could still run up here. We'd have to lose this order block here, these equal lows, get a body below that, and then find some support at this candle. Continuation on the downside. So we've got an order block, high, return to it, return to it, return to it. So if we continue the same pattern all the way down, find support at these order blocks on the way down, look for further downside prices on US CAD. So we see this drop down. If you see a punch up above here now, we've got the low taken out, take out the high, come back and find some support at this level. Look for further upside prices on that. So now that we've taken the lows out, look for return above here, potentially. That's what I'd be looking for a setup for there. Run above, come back into it, find support at that inversion as well as that breaker, and go along. We're still not losing 50% of that wick yet. We're below 50% of the range here. We're in a discount area. We've got fair value gaps below us. This is almost amusing watching this go back and forth inside this inversion here. Oil's coming to the mean threshold. We're in a consolidation. We've come back up into fair value gap here. We have one down in the discount, so the potential is to run these lows and get back into this consolidation here. Consolidation to consolidation, that's where you're kind of inside that range now. We're in a premium, so this might be a sniping opportunity to get short into $71. Let's make sure it's duly noted. So look for, you don't want to see this get below here first, come below this Dixie. Come up, find some support at that, and look for continuation on the downside to a lower objective on the higher time frame. Gold. Gold. A lot of equal highs up here, lots of liquidity up top. If the American dollar goes down, look for a run up above these highs here. If we get one more little push down, there's a little fair value gap sitting right in here. Oh, these are 30-second charts. Lots of liquidity up top there. 37, it's $2. Find some support here. You want to see that stay open now and push up for the highs. There's this little swing point there. Find support, look for a run up here for a quick. I'm going to put my line there just to see if that ends up coming to fruition. Oh, these are all the banks and stuff. Let's get back to NASDAQ here. Five more minutes before the grand opening. Let's look for, make sure that the you would use it. You participate delay between messages. Hi. Hello, Kirk. Sorry, I'm just checking on here now. Lauriston, how are you doing? I just came in now to watch. But I usually have people pop in the first few minutes. So welcome, Kirk and Lauriston, my buddy. How you doing? If you had any good fires, I can live vicariously through you. I know you've had a couple of car fires down there. I haven't had a good car fire in years. Mind you, I haven't had any calls in the last 4 years, so. Yeah, I saw that 1 minute. I was watching it on here. This is the NASDAQ 1 minute. I wanted to see it break market structure, and it started to break it. Like, ooh, that's look good. And I was looking to try and get in on this one here. All these equal highs up here. Looks good. We'll see what happens at 9:30. Ferpa. What are we looking for? We're just looking for this 1 minute. There's a break in structure we see here on the NASDAQ. We've been in a nice little steady downward trend for hours now. Now we're looking for a run back up here, back into this fair value gap here on the 1 minute. There's very little talking in the Breakfast Club this morning on Telegram. Michael's not talking much this morning. I like that he's contacted Larry Williams and just told Larry he's going to blow him out of the water. But he did a really nice thing. I really respect Michael for his, oh, there you go. Look at that. I really respect Michael's choice. He wrote to Larry and said, hey, look, I'm gonna beat your record. I just want to let you know that. And when I beat it, I'm going to end it with one, and I'm going to pull back 1% below your high out of respect. I thought that was pretty cool. So he was willing to take the, I'm just going to show you people I can take it. So he took it, and then, well, look at this run. Did you get in on this, Lori? You're on short on NQ. Oh yeah, I was waiting for a long. But she's off on a run now. We'll come back up to these relative equal highs. So look at this breaker here. Once you have this breaker here too, run below that low. We've come back inside that one, rejecting off of that. We'll see how this settles out. Oh, looky, looky. Keeping in mind our objective is over here. So you're looking to take these highs out and get back over to that hourly objective. Fair value gap above. Okay, I'm right into rejection block here. But I think he's going to take it higher right after he dips below the previous record. Then he's going higher again. Yeah, I think Larry said to him, yeah, go ahead, smash it. If you can take it, take it. It was really, he was quite classy about it. According to Michael, he said, well, you know, there was a guy out of Australia that wanted to do the same thing. And thinks it's pretty classy to do it. He says, but if you can beat it, then go ahead and beat it. I think what I'd like to see is Michael like run up there. See, let's say this was Larry's all-time high, and he goes up and he runs above it, tips his hat to him, drops down below it, and then just blasts up there as that little signal to say, hey, look, man, I'm here with you, Larry. Much respect, tip, and then boom, and just take off on it. and just announce it. Okay, Larry, I'm going to tip my hat to you. I'll drop down. I'll drop down 1%, and then I'm off to the races. So I'll just tip my hat in respect. A little flyby, as it were. Now you want to see it starting to get above here. We haven't taken these lows out yet, but we have come back and filled this fair value gap. So if we're looking for a run up, and then the run down, confirmation, and then continue on the downside, the bodies of the candles are respecting. They're right in the middle of that mean threshold here. Consequent encroachment, not mean threshold. Mean threshold's only for order blocks. Okay, long now. Intraday. Oh, welcome. I haven't seen you before. Long on EU. Yeah, American dollar we're thinking was going down. Hard to call this one. In EU, it seems cleaner in the pound for me. If we get a return back down into here and then push up for these equal highs. But you got these relative equal lows here still, and there's still a little tiny piece of fair value on the BISI side here, inside that fair value gap. So if we ran that one more time, or just came back to find some support at the daily or the New York Open to go up. I know it's kind of, you can call it multiple different directions right now. So, Intraday, there's, I wish you all the best on your trade. Yeah, if we get a return to here and you get some support of that for an upside run, I like it. Hopefully, I'm with you. Let's get back to our NASDAQ here. So if we take that high out at 10 o'clock for 10 and we get a reversal, then you could say, Lori, that we could be looking for a short. Right now, I'm looking at from this little range that we've created. Oops. If we have a range that's created up here, there's 62% right inside that guy there. We hit it, come through it again. The fact we're taking a double pass through that, you look for something higher up in here. In terms of optimum trade entries, nothing lines up with any PD array inside here other than the 70% one's pretty close. 50% of that. We're in a premium now for a discount run if that's where you want to run below these lows. And we're meeting some resistance right here off the bottom of that order block there. That 10-minute order block. So you still might get a low or a short here, Lori. I want to see this order block here get taken out. The mean threshold needs to go. further upside, or at least this fair value gap here. Now that we've run through it, I'd like to see that a body get above that and find this as a ladder, a footing to go higher. Otherwise, we just got these wicks that are just blasting through it right now back into the order block, turn around and continue driving back down again. Yep, long to the high, then possibly reversal. Maybe if I see confirmation. I want to see if this candle closes down below this now. Okay, so this one's confirmed now. This is now an order block, a valid order block. We've ran it out, so if we come back below it now, it now becomes an inversion. All the way to the midpoint of that. Coming back inside this fair value gap now. Equal highs here if we hit that to go higher. So see, I can argue both sides of this. So you can go, one can go higher, reaching for higher PDRA and the premium. You're already in a premium portion of that range that's been created since London's high. 62% between London's high and New York's open. 62% retracement for a continuation on the downside. Well, this is my area of most interest right now. What happens inside here? See what happens in this next few minutes. What do we got here? 42. Next 3 minutes, we should see a swing point happening. 3 to 5 minutes, I should say. Oh, that's a 5-minute candle. So if we get a return into here, stop loss here, below that inversion for higher prices. I think that was the dip in there, right there. But I'd like to see it get back to this breaker here. Fair value up top. All right, let's see. here. Right into the order block. Mean threshold on the hourly. So now you're between this one and this one. Even though you're inside the bigger range, right now you're between that mean threshold and this new validated order block here. So if we get a return on the next hour to here, or here, or here's your line in the sand, which is also your New York Open, we could further see upside here. So we could have a potential wick all the way down into here for upside still. And if we have a run to here, well, you've already hit the mean threshold. So if we start to go through that, the rejection block's your last place here. The line in the sand for me for short is right there. If you're going to go short here, then the next return to it should be at the body, low, and then down below the low, equal lows here. Can argue both sides of that, but I'm more bullish right now than bearish. There's the 1 minute coming into this now. Right to the breaker here. Range of the mean threshold of that breaker. This is where you could be now you want to see that breaker give way, this fair value gap to give up a body. You want to see a body get all the way through that if we're short. Come back into it, continue down. Or you want this mean threshold to hold. There's a little tiny inversion fair value gap there as well. Let me make this a little bigger. Again. There's one right here. Mean threshold. Valid order block now. I'm going to put one in there. If I'm wrong, I'll be down here. I'm just keying off of this as a breaker here. Oh, it just blew right through me. All right, well, there you go, Lori. Now I think you're, look at that for a serious rundown. Let me get back into a wider perspective here. Nine o'clock. Maybe at 10 o'clock we take out these lows and then run up. I can argue both sides of this right now. Oops. Back into consolidation. Now, 50% of this consolidation, let me just look at this here. Consolidation. Return to 50% of that before continuing out. Back to midnight open. Fair value up 5 minutes. Gotta take out the lows for me. Yeah. On the 5 minute. These lows gotta go. So consolidation, run up above consolidation, come back down, find some support at it, and then continue on the downside. About 70 handles or so. just landed a funded account yesterday, and I'm not picking it too well this morning. It's a good thing I'm not trading that account. Just sitting there staring at the shiny new account. So again, look for this weekly fair value gap below us if we're going to short this now. That was the 62%, was it not, of the range in London, between New York and London. Let me put that in a 5-minute chart here. Is that what held the price eventually? %62. We did discuss that, didn't we? Saying that it could reverse there. It wasn't Top Step or Apex. It was Fivers. Top Step charges you a monthly fee, even if you're just trying to demo, pass their demo account challenge. They charge you a monthly fee. I'm not into that. If you're going to support somebody, support them during the challenge. Pay to take the challenge once, and just pay again if you lose, and pay again if you lose. If you pass and you want to charge a monthly fee, go for it. That's just my. I don't agree with that business model of just charge people just to hook everybody on and just make them pay right from the moment you get on the Top Step. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just not my idea of supporting new traders. So Fivers did. Fivers will let you put in, you buy your thing, you buy your account, then you pass 2 challenges. When you got your challenges, they don't charge you a monthly fee. You just have incremental steps that just keep bumping up the value of your account. And then you get 80% of everything you make. They pay you twice a week, or 2 times a month, I should say. And there's no monthly fees. So Doug Miller, good morning. Thank you, sir. Wish you all the best too. What is sitting in there? Oh, that's a little imbalance there. Sure my wife got to work okay. Send us a link with a code to show our support. If you check the bio above, you'll see there's 3 links. $10.01 silver bullet. Especially if you're aiming for these lows here. Silver bullet right there. And there you go. That just scored you 25 handles right there. Yeah, if you guys want to enter into the Breakfast Club chats, we have a thread on Telegram. It's open 24 hours a day. You guys can chat in there, drop messages, pictures, videos, audios, whatever you like in there. The community's kind of starting to build up in there. So you're welcome to go there and chat. We pop in there on after the hours and engage in conversations about the market and stuff. So be respectful. That's the only thing I ask for in there. And help each other out. Kirk, excellent call on that silver bullet, man. Scale out a portion there, right below that low. Pay the trader. Let's look at, that's the 10 o'clock. Takes out the lows at 10 o'clock. Now, are we driving down for here again? Or is that just the run we need to now start to see what happens in the next 5 to 10 minutes. into the rejection block here, wick. Yesterday's New York session, midnight candle sitting right here. We just ran out the lows in London. This is turtle soup time. What does this 4 hour look like? Still potentially a more downside there. Order block here. So we react off this candle. Well, it's excellent. You saw that for novice, it was a good catch there, Kurt. Make sure you give yourself a pat on the back there, man. You're developing the eyes to see those things real quick. And on a 1 minute chart, that's unheard of. A lot of people look at 1 minute charts and say, yeah, it's too noisy. It's way too noisy, but good catch, man. So order block, supporting price right now. Get below this guy, then this should be a support. So we're just looking right now, I'm just looking at minute by minute. Are we still pushing for downward prices? Or are we breaking structure to the upside now to look for higher prices to fill this fair value gap here? If not, we're continuing on the downside, looking for continuing support. So if you watch each candle when it forms and when it's validated, then look at the PDRAs inside that candle. Do they provide a level of support? Is it the first one, second one, or the third one? So we come back to this guy here. So you're between that guy and that guy. Mean threshold now. You want to clear through this and get on top of this now with a bold candle. That's right. Larson says, it's too slow here on the 1 minute chart. Let me get down into the 5 and 10 second charts. You can tell he's a firefighter, hey? He likes the stimulus. If he's not running with his feet on fire, he's not happy. It used to be a hell of a rush, getting into a burning building and chasing fire, ripping the walls down, looking for fire, using your thermal camera to dig it out. It was quite fun. I remember being in an attic fire one day. I climbed up in there and my captain's feeding me up a bunch of hose. I get into this attic, put a ladder up there, climb up in there, and I'm just dousing this flame in this attic. Then I start to crawl up inside there and kind of blew a hole in the side of the building. And I was trying to radio for help. just to say, hey, look, I'm up here. Just make sure everybody knows I'm up here. Nobody's answering on the phone. They're all completely wrapped up in their own stuff. But man, it was exciting. Super exciting. Okay, so here's this mean threshold is gone now. I want to see this push up through. I don't want to see it get through this fair value gap here and then find some support at that and start to climb up higher. If this was just that 10 o'clock run to take out the lows, and I'll run back up, which we did discuss back up in here, that would be a potential. So now I want to see that one get through here. I need 100%. I need 120% shot of adrenaline right now. There we go. So now we're getting up and through this. Nice. I want to see that close, that candle close above now, come back, find some support at this fair value gap, which is now an inversion fair value gap. Come back, find support at that, and continue to push higher. This is why you pay the trader. Kurt was a great call for your silver bullet, but you have to be prepared to pay the trader. Like, if you don't want to hold that too long, because now all of a sudden if your stop loss was just sitting above here, you just got squeezed, right? So if you catch that silver bullet, pay yourself. Michael's not wrong, man, when he says 100% of every trade you take is successful. So if you take that trade and you pay yourself at the nearest partials, guarantee you profits. Because right now you would have been, yeah, I made it, and all of a sudden it ripped back against you and you lost potential profits. Now you're losing money from a stop loss. So here's the return to I'm going to try this one more time right here. That might have been a little early, but I'm going to put my stop loss down below that breaker right there. Don't know why I've been going in so hard with these big, I don't really want two lots, but whatever. Running for these equal highs up top here. You could see a return back into here. May have got in a little early on that. That's a valid order block now. Got to get through a lot of this first. This could be a 50%er. Consolidation, 50%, turn around, start coming back down again. And our stop loss will, or our profits will go to, no, that's where I want to be. That's my objective for the day. So So look for 50%. I want to get through 50%, otherwise it'll turn around and smack me in the tuchus. So now this break in structure here to the upside with a bold candle, you want to see that stay open. I want to see it stay open. 50%. I bet you that was 50% of that freaking thing right there. I was just talking about it. And here it is coming back against me. Let's look up here to here. I'm going to do a... almost 50%. See that? That's the reverse. Let's see if it holds now. Oh, it's got to get through that 50% of that range. Otherwise, what we just talked about down here, 50% of the consolidation or reversal, it's doing the same thing to me here. I want to see good reaction off of that now. Didn't want this to fill, but now that it has, I'm looking at this order block now because we validated it here, came back into it there. So I'm really between these two right here now. Right to that order block. Do I usually go long above equilibrium? No, I just look at this. I like breakers and I like these inversion fair value gaps to key off of. And it'd be better to be in a discount range, obviously, to get that. But I was looking at just finding support off of that and going long from there. Yeah, there is one sitting right there, but I'm looking at this order block right here. That's the next breaker down below this candle. So last up close candle before a row here. If that doesn't hold price, then I'm out. I want this to hold price now, these equal highs, because if they don't, then I will close that out at the midpoint before it even hits that stop loss. Even though that's potentially a discount range. We've already ran the lows out here now. I've got to see it get through here now. So it came back to this breaker here, right off the top of it. You want to see that push through now. I want to see it do it with a sense of gusto, and it's not really doing it. Come on, I'm going to get a big bold candle here. And I'm okay with being wrong. And we're getting a lot of candles. When I don't like it when it just does a sideways thing here. If it wants to do this and I want to get some resistance off, I want to see it go right away. If it doesn't, I start to lose confidence in the idea. And Cody was saying 7 minutes, there's no news for these medium impact. So that's my line in the sand, technically, is right there at the midpoint of that. I really want to just see this tap here like that and then leave. But see all these little 1 minute candles going sideways, not a good. I start to lose confidence in that when we start to see it go sideways. I want to see it just come down, tag it, then get a nice reaction off of it like this we saw, and then continue through. But my concern was that 50% of that range might find some resistance, and it did. Yeah, I like to see when you get these consolidations, it messes with me. So, not that I'm saying that's good, Derek, but I'm glad it messes with somebody else's psyche as well, that I'm not alone. Just because it's high resistance now, right? If it comes back up into me, I'm going to close it out. Just going to keep an eye on it underneath here. If it comes back to my line, I'm going to break even. I'll close it out just because I don't like all the I'll take that as a small loss. Just as too much this side-to-side motion, so still looking at this breaker as a potential support, the midpoint, but that order block there and 50% of that, too much high resistance, so we'll sit back and wait for something better to happen. Something cleaner. We have a medium impact news event coming up shortly. See, Derek, there you go. Whenever I get out, it goes up. Oh, nothing like an idea panning out after the fact. Well, it's nice that at least I'm looking at the idea that that is support. Resistance, support. Came back, found some more support there. Now look at this guy. There's the mean threshold. You want to see it blow through that now. For that, you self-sacrifice, dude. We thank you. I threw myself on the sword. Well, at least you saw what my intentions were. That's called chickening out before you give yourself trusting in what you saw. All right, now we're through the 50%. I want to see it closed through the 50% of that. There's 50. Okay, Lori, have a good day, man. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you again tomorrow. Look at this thing panning out. Damn it. Oh, man. Oh, wow. That's something to put in my journal. Where was my psyche at? Too many people watching me. You chickened out. You didn't want to take another loss. You didn't have confidence in your breaker. Whatever. So fair value gap sitting right there. See that? Filled that. Breaker. Last up close candle before a run below these lows. Came back to the breaker. You want to get through all this lot here now. 50% for higher prices. Ah, well. That's a case of trust your trading. And then pay yourself at a rejection block, old highs. I don't know why I love rejection blocks before I like old highs. They just seem to place a lot of times the price will just come back to a rejection and then you never get the high you wanted. So it's always a good place for me to kind of take off some profits. The news just finished and it continued to slowly creep up. $47.97.5 entry. I'm done for the day. 2 news. So good stuff, guys. My FX book. Look at those. Oh, yeah, you use my FX book for your news releases, don't you? Highest up close candle, mean threshold. You want to see that giveaway now? We have tapped it multiple times. Thank you, commandments. I'm not paying commandment to say any of this stuff, by the way, but thank you very much for your support. Yeah, Forex Factory doesn't give you always the best news. It's just something Michael was using way back in the day, and I've kind of just stuck with it. Good morning, Lee. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. It's nice to go into the new year with a funded account. Now I gotta make sure that I don't blow it now. We've got to keep her going, keep the momentum going. I did take one trade earlier today for a long on NASDAQ, and it came back and took me out. It was like a $10 loss or something. I was like, nah, I'm in the wrong side. I'm out. So that's what happens. You start to second guess yourself. And this whole thing here, too many candles going sideways, started second guessing myself off that breaker. There's your first rejection block right there. I would be scaling out a piece right there. Like those two that were on there, I would have taken out one there. So what have we got here, guys? So if you look at this range, we just got this little tiny range right here. Look at this. From here to here. Oops. We go from here to here. And then you take this projection up, this next price leg up. We can anticipate that this would be the next price leg up. Return to mitigation. That's a mitigation block because it doesn't actually go anywhere. Or if we do a really big deep dive down into here, equal highs and lows, right inside that fair value gap, if we get a repeat on that, this is your classic 30 to 36 little fake pattern back down before running a different direction. That's 35, 36 swing right there. Continuation on the upside. So look for that objective in terms of a price leg up. We'll see if that objective gets hit today. So where does that fit in terms of our grand scheme of things? Well, look at that. That lines up right there on that upside order block as that little 1 minute price leg. So anyway, keep an eye on that. Let's see what happens on this, because I get to stick around today. The house is very quiet today. I tell you, my parents, even though they're in their 80s, they run around like kids. They're like a couple of kids. They don't stop for nothing. They're so excited. They're so cool. Cable is just flying. Is this the upside we were calling earlier? Almost came down and hit that objective we were looking for here. I'm looking for that high of that candle, or the close of that candle, and that was 27,119. Low here is 27,133. So it's just short of tapping that guy there. Again, breaker, run below the lows, which is exactly what I just did on the trade I just showed you. It's a return, even though it's in a premium portion, it's a return into that consolidation, fair value gap. Sorry, not fair value gap. Consolidation, top of the fair value gap here, and breaker. React off of that, look for higher prices. So you're still looking for these equal highs to get taken out. In pound, we have a market structure break right here on the 1 minute. If we get a return back down into the top of this, same kind of principle, but this is not a breaker on the 1 minute because it does not break that old low. But that old high, I like the old high, keeps that open. That one, I like that one. If you can get back into these equal highs here, and the body right there, I'm going to put a line there in euro. For you euro people, look at that breaker right there. Because that all the way down to the bottom of that breaker will bring you to the top of these highs here as well, also near the midpoint of this bullish candle. Now a fair value gap, busy. Look for a return into that. Either that high, the bodies, and anywhere inside here. If it loses the mean threshold of that order block, these old highs here, you want this to stay open and start to run back up again. So mean threshold, whatever that is from there to there, you guys can mark that up on your charts from the low to the high. Take the mean threshold of that candle is your kind of like line in the sand. I'd like to see that continue on the upside. And you're looking for that daily fair value gap, old highs back here from Friday. What's Dixie Doodle doing? Dixie Doodle Doo. Look at that, ran right back up and tagged that. These multiple times we keep tagging that key area that we talked about a couple of days ago. And it's got that heavy feel to it. So if we drop through here, come back, find some support. We did not take out an old high though. So, we did not actually touch that weekly. We did here. Okay, so if we have a breakdown below here, come back, find some support at it, then that's your continuation on the downside, which is all the upside stuff for your foreign currencies. What's oil doing? My beloved oil. I do like oil. Finally, that's filled right there of that that fair value gap on the oil. We're getting a nice reaction off of that now. I want to see that get through here though. If we went further downside, this is just a mess right here, just consolidation. So if you're in this, take it short or long. You're in and out real quick. Look for your discount array. Get out there. Don't wait for an old low. Just take your discount array and snipe that. Back to our regularly scheduled program. Dag nabbit, look at that. We'd be killing that right now. Oh, yes, indeed. We would have been, look at that. Is that the objective? Is that going to be the price leg we're looking for? So my last one, if I had had that still on there, my last one, I took a portion off at the rejection block. My last one would be taken off at that price leg finish conclusion there. And if you could take off even smaller ones than that, because unfortunately you can only take off full lots off of here, you'd be looking for that higher objective there. So now we've got a break with a body candle above an old high. If we can return to these old highs here, like breaker, if we can return to this high, that's again another potential for a continuation on the upside. And I'm looking at this now. Look at that. Pull back to 50% of that range. Just popped into the 50% of this arranged discount, right into the breaker, and left. I like it. Gotta have the confidence to hold on to these things. It's gonna be my new mantra this year. Just trust. Like the snake in Jungle Book. Trust in me. Trust in me. I love that snake. That really goes with my hypnosis stuff that I like to do. Imagine that as an induction. I put on the cartoon snake, looking in his eyes. Trust in me. Look in my eyes. It's funny, the guys at the fire hall, I don't know how many times I've hypnotized people at the fire hall. So many people over the years I've hypnotized there. And now it just gets to the standard approach. It's like, don't look at his eyes. Don't look at him. I have one guy at the fire hall, he just goes, don't even look at me. Don't even look at me in the eyes. You can talk to me, but don't look at me. It's funny. So if this price leg now continues, we want to see that fully complete up here. But I'd love to see it come back and retap these highs here. Fill this fair value gap. And that fill of that fair value gap actually comes to the top of that breaker here. You see that? Right there. That is not necessarily the high of the day, but this price leg we saw come up here, retrace back to the breaker. I'm looking for an extension. If we do a full extension on that, we'll see that that was the level. Now, here's kind of an interesting thing. I'm looking at this thinking the entry is, if we have this right here, watch this. Now, watch this when I add the projection tools in there. 2.5, right on the money. I didn't notice this till now. But we have a run below the lows. The leg that takes out the lows, you take that, extend it down, and then we, oh, Derek. Oh, you're going. Scrambled eggs time in DC, part of the US. Talk to you all later. Oh, okay. See you later, Derek. I was just saying this, Derek and I had this kind of idea of these price legs. So if this price leg continued, the leg that takes out the swing, if you get 50% of that, if it comes back to the top, or 50% of that leg, especially if there's a fair value gap in there, and have a look, folks, right there. There's the fair value gap that supports that price leg. So as soon as you see a fair value gap, look for a return into that fair value gap, the top of the price leg, or 50% of the price leg for projection up. And Derek loves to go for 2 to 2.5% or standard deviations of that run up. So 4 is way up here. Used to have a guy in here that used to pop in here. He loved his 4 deviations. So that is a setup right there. That is an entry, a valid entry. I didn't recognize it at the time. I just took this as this inversion fair value gap. I didn't see it till now. But you're about to see that thing get clipped. And that would have been a couple of grand right there. ICT was in Tanya's stream this morning, and he called the NASDAQ for good for you. It's nice when he participates in some live stream stuff. Kind of encourages the students that are out there trying to put it on the line and help out other people. So much respect, Michael, for doing that kind of stuff. I'd be terrified if he came into my one. So we might get that pull back to here. You want to see that hold. If it doesn't, a pull back into here. the 1010. I think you're talking about the 1010 in euro. 1 minute. I think Cody was in this 1010. Oh yeah, right there. Well, that's 10, 1004, 1008, 1009. This dip back into here. If you're on that, buddy, and you're on a run up, hell yeah, good for you. That's a really good call there, Cody. Right off the consolidation. Break above consolidation. Look for your silver bullet entry. You could have taken that 1003, 1004 silver bullet. If you waited to that one, you have another break in structure up there. Come back into it, find some support, and off you go. Good for you. Very good. Those of you who caught that euro trade at 10 o'clock, nice little silver bullets going off today. I hope you guys are nailing it today. Nailing it. ICT clicked your link. Woo! It's like getting blessed. It's like getting tapped on the forehead, right? It's like, yes, I see you. I remember going to a Tony Robbins Date with Destiny seminar down in Australia. And I sat in the front row. I was right in the front row. And Tony Robbins, he came out and he was talking. He's all passionate. And he's spitting all over me. I'm looking up at him and his spit's raining down on me as he's talking. I'm like, blessings, blessings from above. I'm being blessed by Tony Robbins. He's spitting on me. Woo! This is kind of like the same thing, right? You got Michael out there. Every once in a while, he'll pop into someone's link. Bless him, man. And I'm happy for you, Mr. T. I'm glad that Michael's popped in and said hi. That's excellent. I love it. I want you all to succeed, whether you're here with me or you're with Tanya or even my buddy over there at Hydra. You know, we're all here trying to put it on the line and help people out, show you what we know. And some people are more consistent. Some people kind of go more of your style. If that's the way it is, you're welcome to pop in anytime you like. Come in and out. Just be nice to each other. And if you haven't got anything nice to say, just move on. If you don't like what I'm doing, that's fine. Move on. You don't have to say anything mean. You don't have to troll it. Just move on and enjoy your life. Find somebody out there that you gel with. And if you can make money at it, and you can help your family out, you can help out friends, and you can help out total strangers in need, man, if I can help anything like that, and you can pay it forward, joy, joy, joy to me. My soul will live on so happy, knowing that people are out there. And if I had anything to do with that, to help people out, man, that's that firefighter paramedic in me, the hypnotherapist. I just want to help people. I just want to make people happy. Ooh, there's been lots of chitty chattery there. Hypno? Inner Circle Trader? Hypno? That's not Is that Michael? Did Michael just pop into my chart? Do I see Inner Circle Trader? Michael, is that you? Hypno, yes. I was into hypnotherapy and doing hypnotherapy with people. I worked in the ambulance. It worked really well for fixing people's pain, managing pain. It was, a lot of people don't believe in it, but it worked quite well for managing people's pain without giving them drugs. I'm not a big fan of pumping pharmacy into people if you can fix something with the power of their mind. Is that Michael? It says Inner Circle Trader. LOL stop. It is Michael. Michael! Good to see you. Oh my God. I feel like a Tony Robbins. I feel like if you just heard my Tony Robbins story, it's the old blessings of spit. Michael is
popped into my channel. Thank you, sir, for popping in. We love you so much. Thank you for everything you've done, everything you do. Am I right with this price leg thing? We're looking at this run up here for a price leg, and then the continuation to that price leg finishing off up here. Anyway, Michael, thank you so much for popping in, man. That is excellent. And I love what you're doing with your mentor. The letter you're giving to people or for him, I think is great. I like the idea that if you went up there and you made it to his level and you blow it out and you pop back and you kind of like tip your hat to him and say much respect, and then just blow it out of the water, man. Just keep driving it all the way forward. That would be so cool to see. That little dip down is a little tip your hat, and then off to the races you go. I really am so excited about that. I got my popcorn ready. No spit. Well, it's like that Tony. I don't know if you heard my Tony Robbins story, but I tell you, it's nice that you're popping in and checking out some of us people who are trying to do it live, trying to share your stuff. I am full promotion of your stuff, and I make sure people don't. If you can get it without paying for it, Michael's put it out there for you guys. You know, bless him for doing that. Like, that's incredible. And look, we're about to hit the price leg completion. It's teasing me here. Just going to pop up there and finish that last little piece of that price leg off, and then potential for continuation to the upside. Still there. So yeah, thank you, Michael, for everything that you've been doing, and you continue to do for people out there. It really is a joy to watch your magic that you do out there. Yeah, you get lots of people out there saying, "Oh, there you go, it hit it." There's something kind of satisfying about, okay, that's kind of an area that you're predicting, and ding, ding. How does Michael put that? Let me put in here. Let me put a boom. Okay, that's it. Boom. All right, I'll remove that now. Michael sent a message. I said, I see that. Yeah, it's nice that you went on, you pop in, Michael. If, I don't even know what to say. I'm just kind of shocked. I'm like, I'm seeing ICT, man. He's in my, it's like, you know, when they say you're like so many degrees of separation of actually knowing a guy, you're actually talking to the guy. And Tony, I remember him looking down at me as he's talking, and I'm just looking up at him just with his big beaming smile, and I could feel his spit. And it's like, there's nobody else in this room, man. It's just you and me. All right, so let's get back to business here. So there's your 2.5 projection. So if we have that leg that takes out the low, and then we have our swing projection to 2.5, there's your 2.5. And sometimes you can get as much as 4. But let's look at our higher time frame. 4 puts us right on Not quite filling of that fair value gap above us. So look for this fair value gap on this side here to fill, or at least to return to the daily fair value gap high. Old lows here. On the hourly. Breaker. Run above the highs. We're inside that guy right now. I think we just caught the edge of it. Mr. T, come now. The best streaming on YouTube right now is ICT, not me. Wow, I've never had 19 people turn up to a show before. Is it just the it's like the silver bullet. We call Michael the silver bullet. It's like he entrains people behind him. So has he dragged people behind? I've never had 17 people turn up to my show ever. Double digits? That's great. Most of the time there's just 4 or 5 of us here, I know. And then Michael turned up and all of a sudden just people in his wake. I'm up to 18 people. A hidden gem. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. I almost don't know what to do now. It's like having the Pope come for breakfast. It's like, okay, Your Eminence, what would you like? Pope Michael, that's funny. Anyway, let's get back to business here. Let's look at this stuff. So we got our 2.5. I like this these old highs here. Return to this fair value gap. That now, if we can get into that, just tap it and go, or a fill. I wouldn't want to see this order block get eaten into just yet. I suppose I'm looking at this candle right here. Wow, that's been like a highlight of my day. I can't wait to tell my wife. When she comes, you never guess who turned up. You never guess. The Pope. The Pope turned up. This is why I sit silently. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I can see why that happens, Michael. You probably, the moment you make a comment, people just, all the live people just go, I don't know what to say. I don't mind being wrong. I'm not afraid of being wrong. I've been wrong a couple of times today. I took this trade this morning off this breaker here, but I took it a little early. I guess I'll show you here. And if you've got anything you want to kind of make a little comment, Michael, about the psychology of why people do what I just did here. I entered in here. I was looking for this fair value gap on this side here to enter in, and this is a kind of a good lesson for all you guys out there, and the psychology of what goes through your head is I entered in. I like this fair value gap. As soon as we get a body above it, we come back, find support at it. I wanted to get long on it from that point. And then you realize there's a breaker down here, so we can return to that also with this price leg. There's several different entries here, but that finding support at the top of that fair value gap inversion now. Once I got to there, and then it started doing all this sideways stuff, and I started second guessing myself, because you had minutes where I wanted it to react off, you know, where you just say, I just wanted to touch it and I want to see it go, right? And it didn't quite, it waffled around, and then I started to panic. And as soon as I got out at that candle right there, it decided to leave. So that, just those few minutes was enough for it to get in my own head and second guess myself off that breaker. But it was a valid entry. So if you want to make a comment about that, by all means. But the psychology, when you start to second guess yourself, Michael has said in the past, you must trust your order blocks, trust your setup. And I did all the things wrong, Michael, from the beginning. I right back in 2016, you were saying don't trade live, and I was like, I got it now, I got it. And I went traded live. I lost thousands of dollars. It's like, I got this. This is he makes it look so easy. And oh man. And then you get punch drunk, right? Because you take so many hits, and now you get over the psychology of trying to clear all that out of your head. Years later, you still get that second guess yourself. And it's hard to get over. So you really do not trade live money until you are sure you have a regular setup. Anyway, sorry, you said I entered on the breaker inside the fair value gap. You entered in on that breaker inside the fair value gap. So you got in right there. So I saw it later on when it got up here. I think, oh yeah, that was a total breaker. I did not capture. I did say it was a breaker, but I didn't trust it enough. Didn't trust myself enough. So what price from YouTube video? ICT will pop in here more often now, I'm sure. You can't play head games with him like that. 46.75. $46.75 to fill. $46.75 to fill. So are you in NASDAQ? Well, that's daily. Let me get down into the 5-minute here. $46.75 fill. Oh, okay. Sorry, Michael. Mike, like we're on first name basis, and we're talking shortcut our names. Yeah, Mike. I like that, Mike. All right, so we have breaker. Did that get above there? What's that high there? I've had this question lots of times, Michael, about breakers. Now, a breaker can be hit from the top or from the bottom, correct? Like if this is a breaker, so it's a last down close candle before, let's say it did run this old high out here, and I think it did, with a high of 48.04 and 48.04. Yeah, they're the same. If it did, that was the breaker. You can hit it from the top going back up, or you can hit it from below and come down, correct? Good catch, Mike. What's my fill? I'm listening to you while I'm making my good. Okay, so we have down close candle, last down close candle before run above these highs. So breaker, fair value gap, old high. So we could return to this point here, get some support off of this daily here now, and continue to run up higher into that fair value gap above us here. And then this eventual breaker up here for upside on S&P. I like this level right here, this daily fair value gap. Now that we're kind of chewing through it, right? Now it becomes inversion. Now if we can find this support at this, we could see a continuation and a fill for the rest of that fair value gap here. We also have a SIBI here and a SIBI up high. This has all been filled. Let's get back to NASDAQ here. Depends on a narrative. This man is older than you. He doesn't seem a day past 30. I'm older than Michael. Yes, I'm older than Michael, I'm 58, and it's mucho fun. I tell you, after being injured at work as a paramedic firefighter, I've had 4 spine surgeries since this all happened. But I met you. A friend of mine introduced me to Michael back in 2016, and he said, you got to see this Michael guy. You got to try he's teaching this trading. And I knew nothing about trading. Nothing. That's like, yeah, okay, I'm keen because I love learning. I'm a lifelong learner. Has been my modus operandi my whole life. So somebody said, oh, you got to meet Michael and you got to take his stuff. I was like, yeah, okay. And I didn't know anything, Michael. I knew nothing about I didn't know what Forex was. I didn't even know what it stood for. And then when you're talking about cable and fiber, I was like, cable? Yeah, I got to guess. I got cable. Fiber? Okay, I could get fiber in my diet. Chickpeas are really good fiber. That's how much I didn't know about Michael's stuff. I seriously knew nothing. And then when people were pressuring you, remember back in 2016, people were pressuring you about, hey man, hurry up and speed this stuff up, man. Let's get some more advanced stuff. And you were going, you know what? I have a plan. And I'm going to stick to my plan. I was on my hands and knees praying, going, please, sir, do not fall for that. Please continue to teach us, because I really didn't know anything about this stuff. And you did. You stuck to your plan, man. And I was so grateful. And, just to share some of what and I don't have it 100%. I've made my mistakes, and I'm trying to get past the psychology of making those stupid choices way back when. And I've always wrestled with myself more than I've wrestled with the market. So I appreciate you actually sticking to your game plan, and despite all of the naysayers and all that, man, you've at least brought me this far in life where I can actually feel comfortable enough to get online here and share some of this stuff that you've brought to the light. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry I didn't listen to you way back then when you made it look so damn easy. I remember doing one day, you did this box where you put a little box down here and you said, oh, it's going to trade right down here into this little box. And we were like, bullshit, there's no way it could do that. And they went, do, it went up. It's like, oh, it's not going to make it. Do, bing. And it hit this box. And I was just standing there with my mouth hanging open. I was like, how the hell did he do that? And then one day I replicated it on one of my, I think I actually have done it on one of my shows way back when, 4 months ago. And the fact that I could replicate that, I was like, wow. It was kind of a flash moment for me. Do I regret starting? Oh, are you kidding me? This has been such a fantastic journey for me. It's been painful. I've learned almost more about myself than I have about charting and charts. And it's amazing how I've added some of this stuff to my regular money, like the money I use for RSPs and that kind of stuff we have here in Canada, and registered retirement plans. And I use the principles to invest in the markets, and I'm doing very well with the principles that you were taught us on the charts, using that to pick a stock. If I'm in a stock, when to pick it, when to get in, when to get out. Now we're in dividend stocks, and they're paying really good dividends, and I bought them at a really good discounts. So you have been instrumental in changing my life, and now I get to pay it forward. If I can just touch one or two people out there, and Mr. T has really been blowing me out of the water here. He's been very generous with his compliments. I think it's incumbent upon me to share that with other people. Giving you full credit, by all means, giving you full credit. And if I lose, then I give you full credit too. It's Michael's fault. No, I'm kidding. This has been, since I got my injury back in 2019, I got a spinal injury. I smashed my head into a steel I-beam when I was firefighting. Ended up going through 4 spine surgeries, and 3 spine surgeries. I'd done one before that, but I went to Germany and they hammered in 4 different discs into my neck. Where Canada, they were going to fuse my entire C-spine from C2 to T1, and I thought, man, I couldn't have that. There'd be so much pain. And then a friend's introduced me, and I tell you, it's interesting how people will come into your life that you least expect, but when you want the help, the master will appear, when the student's ready, type of thing. And if you put a lot of faith out there, it's amazing what will come into your life. And I had a 7-level fusion in store for me, and for some reason it's like, I can't have this, I can't do this. And I put it out there and to the universe, and I tell you, it came back. And I had a friend of mine who had spine surgery done, and said, you got to go to Germany. They do amazing surgery out there. And I contacted these people out there, and they went, oh yeah, we could do that. We could do this, not a problem. We can just hammer in some new spine pieces for you. We can give you a new C-spine, and we'll give you 90% recovery of your symptoms, and we'll give you 100% movement in your neck. And Canada, they were offering me 50% reduction in my neck in movement. And the Germans said, like, no, we give you also whole movement. You have it back again, not a problem. And we will give you a new spine. And they did. They hammered in 4, dug out discs through the front of my neck, hammered in 4 new artificial discs. And I have a nifty little scar. My wife digs the scar. And I went through hell out there, I tell you. Getting yourself stretched from the inside out, one of the most painful things you could ever imagine. It's like being on a rack from the inside out. Your neck is all of a sudden 1 inch taller, like you're 1 inch taller inside your neck. You're like a giraffe neck, and the pain is excruciating. It's like having a stretch to the most painful stretch you can imagine, and then holding that for 3 weeks. And that excruciating pain. I was walking around like a zombie in the hospital. Then I developed post-operative pneumonia in Germany. And so just over a year ago, I was there getting that done. I'd already had my lower back had already been fused in Canada here. I'd had laminectomies, discectomies done at 2, 3, 4, and then a fusion done at 4, 5. So that was done in May last year. And then, or the year before, I guess last year was my first year anniversary. That's right. So 1.5 years ago, in May, I had my spine fused. And then in August, I hadn't even healed from my spine surgery in Canada, and I flew all the way out to Germany. I got there and nobody was at the airport. I'd spent $60,000 and I was like, oh my God, I've been hosed. Somebody's taken me. Somebody's completely taken me for, but then somebody turned up and took me into this. So I tell you, I've got degenerative disc problems that my parents have. My mom and dad have bad backs. Yeah. Darren, you have so much wisdom. Like, seriously, I refuse back surgery. Decompression is temporary, but it works with my lifestyle. Yeah, the decompression has been nothing but pain. I've had so much problems with the Canadian surgery with the fusion. The decompression surgery was great. It lasted me quite a long time. But the fusion, that's all it does is put pressure on the vertebrae above and below, and eventually they'll wear out. There's a strong possibility that they'll wear out and you're going to get repeated surgeries. That's why the German way is the best way. You go into a disc replacement and you have full mobility and it doesn't wear and tear on the lower. It takes the pressure off the lower vertebrae, the discs above and below. So I definitely go with the German route. If anybody's ever got spinal injuries out there, or pop me a message, DM me, and I'll send you on to somebody who really knows what they're doing out there. I had the head guy, the guy that does all the research. I would not recommend a fusion to anybody. I see you need supporting lower subscription live stream traders. It's nice to see you supporting lower subscription live stream traders. The way you tell your stories makes me laugh, but I do have empathy. The hell? That makes me cry. Glad you're doing well. I never met a fusion patient that said they were glad they did it. Nope. Yeah, I tell you, fusions, I wanted to avoid fusions. The laminectomy, I had laminectomy at 2 and 3, and that did me fine. I went back to work full-time as a firefighter with the laminectomy and discectomy. Then I had another discectomy at 4 and 5, and then I had the 2 different cortisone injections. And do not get cortisone injections. I do not believe in those. And then when they went in to do the fusion, because of the cortisone, I swear this was what it was, the cortisone injections, they tore the dura. Now, if anybody understands about biology, the dura is called the tough mother. It's the membrane that wraps around your spinal cord, that houses your spinal cord or your fluid. And they tore that. So they had to go in there and do a replacement on that. And because you get those injections, they can cause adhesions to occur. And my the scar tissue had formed on top of the dura, so that when they pulled the scar tissue away to gain access to the spine, they tore the dura, so they had to patch it all up, and I had to lie on my back for 24 hours because you can get searing headaches when you get spinal cord fluid leaking out of your dura. So nothing but troubles, I tell you. But I tell you, the German route, I give them a full one. The ONZ people are amazing. They treat you so well over there. You get a full. I had 1 week I was at the hospital, then they sent me off to a rehab, but they were top rehab facility in Germany. It's where all the soccer players go. And I was there for a whole week, and they give you massage therapy, they give you education, they give you physio. It's a full-on, they give you 100% awesome care there. And then they give you a whole drugstore to come back through the airport with. I tell you, I came back through the airport, I thought I was sweating. You know, if anybody looks like some drug mule, it was me, because I was coming back. I was coming back in my stretcher. My throat's all taped up, and here I am. I've got tons of OxyContin and a whole drugstore of drugs in my bag. Like I could have sold those things on the street and made money back for my surgery. I had so much, and I refused to do drugs, and I've still got them sitting upstairs. That doesn't mean break into my house, because I don't want anybody stealing my stuff. But anyway, I had a note. They give you a note to say, hey, look, all this giant pharmacy he's carrying with him. Here's a doctor's note saying that he needs this. But I swear, they were giving me tons of stuff to go home with. And after the pneumonia, they pounded me with antibiotics. I had a cardiologist take care of me there. They were worried about where the infection was coming from. It was nuts. I had multiple CT scans. I had the head of the hospital taking care of me. They take awesome care of you out there. Scared me from it. Looks like ICT is going to Germany. ICT is your issues upper or lower back, middle back. Oh yeah, that's where the smallest part of your cord goes through. Like there's the smallest amount of mobility is in that. I shouldn't say mobility. In terms of the space, your mid back is your tightest part of your spinal cord. Up in your neck, you've got a relatively big gap between your cord and your the bone, but the bone and the spinal cord are pretty tight in your mid back, so it goes to your liver and never leaves. Yeah, that whole. I tell you, ibuprofen just became vitamin I for me. It was just like an everyday occurrence. You just take tons and tons of that stuff. Thoracic isn't fun. My cervical spine is awful, and I'm only 28. We've emailed about it. If you send me the most sincere email about the Lord not being out there healing business, I will say my faith has helped. C6 to T1, spinal cord loading up of issues it causes. I can't make that out because there's a little heart blocking out that last statement there. Yeah, I'm sorry I can really feel for your pain, Michael. It's physio, keep yourself mobile all the time. The best advice I can give you: stay mobile, stretch. Yeah, you're another fellow martial artist. I did martial arts for a lot of years, and I tell you, the flexibility that it gives you, the mental discipline it helps to give you are amazing. I did Northern Shaolin Kung Fu and Wado Kai and excuse me, and what the heck was the other one that we did in Winnipeg? Shotokan Karate. Did Shotokan and Karate in Winnipeg and Wado Kai in Canmore. But Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, that was fun. I used to love that monkey style and dragon style. It's all traditional stuff. Feels like a heart attack sometimes, but soon as my son decompresses my bit back, it's like I feel 20 years younger, only for an hour or so. Yeah, there's some. I don't know if you watch reels, Michael, because you can you can go into real death where you just sit there for hours getting lost in reels. But there's a little Asian guy that does some really neat mid-back releases, decompressions. He uses a towel, and you can help to decompress your own back, or he'll compress his elbows. He'll bring his elbows together in some weird way. He's got some really neat videos on spinal decompressions and how to decompress your own mid-back. But I wish you nothing but health and healing, my friend. That's I wouldn't wish spinal problems on anybody. On anyone at all. Feels like a heart attack. Oh man, you're bringing back some memories. I remember feeling because my disc was so badly compressed in my neck. I felt like somebody was turning me off. I don't know if you can understand that. I felt like at nighttime, like I was being shut down from my throat, inside my throat. I felt like I was being turned off, and I panic. I get up and I pace the floor for hours and hours and hours. Because when I lied back, my discs are so badly compressed in my neck. It was just, ugh, my God. When you say that heart attack feeling, ugh, brings back some memories, I tell you. Darren, link the Asian guy in the Telegram group we have. Oh, no way. Full Nelson lift is best. Have you thought about an inversion table? Darren, link the Asian guy in the Telegram group we have. Link him for what? Sorry. Link him? Join the group, the invite link. Mr. X. Sorry, I don't know who you're talking about there, Mr. T. Later today when you have a moment. Yeah, we used to do that at the fire hall. Just grab a hold of each other and just crush each other's chest, do some decompressions, put your arm across your chest, and decompress your back. Get a good crunch going on there. If you put your hands, hug your chest, get someone to wrap their arms around your arms and chest and just kind of take a big deep breath in, lift up, squeeze, and then give a little pressure squeeze and breathe out right as somebody's giving you a good squeeze. It helps to decompress the lower back or mid back too. I use one. It is good for lower back only. Does not do the mid back. You know what really works good too? It's called PNF stretching. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, Michael. PNF stretching is proprioreceptive neuromuscular facilitation, which means if you're going to take a stretch, you take it just to the edge where you start to feel a little bit of pressure. So not pain, but just the edge of that pressure. And then you slowly contract into it, hold it for about 10 seconds, and then let go and release that tension. Then go back into it. You'll find you can increase by inches, you can increase a muscle's length. So PNF stretching is a great way to, when you get into that inversion table, take your body and just slowly compress, squeeze your body nice and tight, hold it for 10 seconds, and then breathe out, and you'll feel yourself extending, and your mid back, lower back, just kind of squeeze and then hold it for 10 seconds and then just slowly release, and you'll just feel everything kind of slowly letting go. If you just hang there, it's under constant tetany or tension, right? But if you contract slowly, like pulsation, slow squeeze, release, slow squeeze, release, you'll feel yourself slowly expanding. My inversion table is the same way, but I haven't been on it since my fusion occurred. Great for the lower back, does not know how to mid back. I like to see his videos and techniques. If you don't have his name, that's fine too, no worries. Oh, the Asian guy I was talking. Oh yeah. Okay, I was wondering what you're talking about. I'll see if I can link him. I've got him on my reels on Instagram, so I'll see if I can find a way to hook him on there so you guys get the link. This turned into a chiropractic chat. Whilst we're waiting for the market to continue into the upside, we will talk about spine health. I cannot believe it. Yeah, Furba, ICT is in the house. ICT is in the house today. Thank you so much for popping in, Michael. I really appreciate you. It's very encouraging just to have you come in and have a little chat with us today. It's been awesome, and I might even get a couple of more subscribers on my channel today. If I broke 100, that'd be awesome. You've got, I think you're I love the fact you've hit like 1 million on your YouTube channel. Good for you, man. You deserve every single one of them and more. You can be like the Mr. Beast of YouTube education. The only success in decompressing I've made back has been with Cameron puts us full Nelson, steps back, and then lifts me straight up, and boom, instant release. Oh, excellent. It's nice having a strong kid. Oh yeah, trading wheel. That's why I've got one of those tables that you press and it goes up. So I've got my whole system on a table that goes up and down. So I just hit a button. I can stand up, move around a little bit if I need to. And then you sit back down again. I don't usually spend tons of hours in front of the charts. I try to look for that silver bullet entry, or look for that entry at 10 o'clock, like you talk about. And then if we can grab one in the macro in the afternoon, then that'll be it. Those would be the big part of the day. And then usually we meet up on Telegram. I'm on your Telegram there, so we kind of watch it, hang on everything you say there. And then we also have our little chats on the sidelines and Telegram in here as well. Trading will wear out your back. You sit too much. 1,017,915 subscribers at the moment. Good for you, man. I'd like to say I'm so proud of you, because I am. I'm proud of your accomplishments, man. I'm so excited for you. I really am. And I can't wait to see you. I'm going to be giggling the whole time I'm watching you in the Robbins Cup. I'm just going to be sitting there giggling to myself, just giggling away like, I can't believe he's going to kill people here. No, kill people. But you know what I mean? Like blow people out of the water. All those trolls, that Raja Banks dude. You know, if he is good at what he does, I just wish he would just find a more productive way of putting it out there. But all those naysayers, this is your chance, man, to put all those naysayers to bed. Let them all sit there with their mouth hanging open going, holy, what was his video again? What channel was that guy on again? When you see you just literally skyrocket through the Robbins Cup, people are going to suddenly go, wait a second. Who is this guy? How do I subscribe to that channel? Where is he at? You learn what? How many videos does he put out there? He's teaching what? Oh my goodness, he knows what he's doing. Yeah. Those of us who believed in you from the beginning, you see that? I've seen it a long time ago, my friend. Lift desk is ideal. This shit is horrifying to hear. If I'm being honest, I'm 31 years old and would love to prevent any further back problems. Got to look up if there are any preventative exercises I can start doing. Yeah, there's tons of exercises you can do. Remember, if motion in your back keeps fluid moving through your spine, you got to keep it moving. Just so you understand, if you sit, I'm going to kind of give you a biology thing here. If you sit and your lymphatic system were to stop, you'd be dead in 24 hours. If your lymphatic system didn't work, you'd be dead in 24 hours. Now, your lymphatic system is lymphatic fluid, bathes every single cell of your body. Now, that's kind of like, let me put it to you this way. It's kind of like the washing machine of your body. Every single cell is bathed in this lymphatic fluid. And when your cells sit there, they don't run, they don't exit, they just poop, okay? They just poop. And they release toxins into that lymphatic fluid. And the lymphatic fluid circulates around or moves around those cells, moves it to your lymphatic system, and then it drains into your right atrium. It all moves back through the lymphatic system. Now, the lymphatic system is non-circulatory. It moves when you move. So if you don't move, your lymphatic system has a heck of a time moving fluids out of or the waste products away from your cells. So in order for your lymphatic system to be effective, you need to move. So if you sit still, people who are bound in wheelchairs, paralysis, or they need massage, they need fluid, that fluid constantly being moved because they don't have the ability to move muscles. And muscles squeeze the lymphatic system, squeeze that fluid around the cells, remove the toxins away from your cells, back into the body, and it's replenished and flushed constantly. So mobility is critical for health. If you want to keep your cells healthy, you want to see what lymphomas look like, you want to see what lymphedema looks like, sit still, do nothing, limit your movement, and you'll end up getting toxins. And then when you get an anaerobic environment, where does cancer form? Perfectly in an anaerobic environment. Anyway, I used to teach a lot of stuff, and it's kind of exciting. Got a captive audience of 13 people. I can talk about biology. Well, here we are in the charts. It's very intimidating. I'm learning ICT from the last 6 months with him, and he is 2016 batch of your mentorship. And he is I'm learning ICT just from last 6 months. Yeah, if you're learning ICT stuff, if I can speak for you, Michael, please go back and learn all the stuff that is free on his channel, ICT in YouTube. Go and learn all of the core mentorship material. I'm a big fan of go back through all of it. If you're really dedicated to this stuff, you really need to go back and watch everything. And it's going to take you thousands of hours. But hey, man, anybody who's ever got any good at anything spent thousands of hours at it. You can't do it in a weekend video and say, oh, I'm going to learn one little technique and that's it. I'm going to make millions just off of one technique. If you really truly want to understand this stuff, you got to go back through all of his materials, make notes. I got binders full of notes. Make notes. Journal the crap out of everything that you do. When you think, even the way you think about trading. Like today, I'm going to definitely talk about in my journal that approach that I used and find a positive way to spin it inside your mind. I'm a firm believer in all the Tony Robbins stuff, NLP practitioner. I teach NLP and stuff. It's all about getting in the right mindset inside your mind and find a positive way to reinforce it. There's no such thing as failure, just feedback. It's all feedback. Don't beat yourself up. There's too many people out there, too many other situations in the world that will beat you up. Don't ever be your worst enemy. Be your strongest advocate. That's my words to you. Joel Robbins is emailing me weekly. Oh, really? Joel Robbins, really? That's neat. Making any money since you left and had some breakfast. Are you making any money since I left and had some breakfast? No. We've just been talking biology, Derek. We've been talking about spinal injuries and spinal health. Folks, I'm going to escape and get some editing done. Have a great day. Thank you so much, Michael, for popping in. It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Much gratitude, my friend. Thank you for popping in. Yes, I would learn, but I cannot understand well what he speaks due to the weak English. For about you are here, my friend, we will work through this together with you. I am eager to help any way I can, so feel free to pop in anytime you want. If you learn something and you want to ask some questions, come on in and we'll help try and clarify it for you. Just take it slowly. Just trust that it'll happen. And it'll come to you, my friend. It'll come. Wow, that was a real pleasure having him pop in. I was just thinking this morning, wouldn't it be cool to have ICT pop into your channel? Like, That's going to be one of those ones I'm going to have to make a note of on the top of my presentation today. It's like ICT popped in to the channel for a chat today. Wow. One-on-one with ICT. I think ICT will bring a shot of caffeine to the Robbins Cup. I'm sure they are glad to have him this year. Oh my goodness. It's probably going to be their biggest enrollment they've ever had, is watching that guy get in there. It's the breaker from the high, still valid since we just cleared it again. Sorry, where are we at here? As the valid is the breaker from the high. What time frame are you on here, Kirk? Got so wrapped up in talking about biology and stuff. This breaker here, you mean? That's not a breaker. This is a breaker here. This one here. Look at that. That's why I love that rejection block. Using that rejection block as a place to unload a position. Because you think about that, had you waited for that high and didn't take a portion off of that rejection block, you would be right back into this, you'd be into some deep, you would have lost some nice profits off of that. Order block, back into this order block, the body. See how the body is, we've come back into the body multiple times. Now this candle's been valid. We've gone above it, come back into it here. So really we're between these two right now, in terms of just looking for movement, where to go. But we have got above, came back into the order block, run back up. We haven't quite cleared the high yet. Ran all the way down into rejection, ran all the way out through the lows. So we've run the lows out now. Order block, come back into it, find support. So yeah, we're pretty much between these two candles right now. And where we go from here, if we lose this candle's mean threshold, this is now our inversion fair value gap right here. It's not really inversion yet. We haven't got a body yet through it, so it's just a fair value gap that keeps getting refilled over and over and over again. So look for it to provide support in here. If we came back through it like this, now if we drive through this and come back into it, we got to get below this candle here too. So I want to see a body get below here. We've had multiple pushes down, so we'll see what this candle closes. Oh, it's on a 15-minute. We've got another 7 minutes before that one closes, so this could be just wicking down. We go into a 5-minute. Let me see where we got in a 5-minute here. There's a little 5-minute in the discount portion. That's another one of those bissies that haven't been completely filled yet. Equal lows, discount range, 5-minute,
50% puts us in here at least. So our discount range, we're looking for down in here, back into this breaker, parent breaker of that big run up for a return. Fair value gap, nice discount. So we want to get below here. I'd like to see that push through here, create an inversion to get down here and see how we respond off this candle. Can you check 15-minute cable? 15-minute cable. Fifteen-minute cable. Look here, 15 minutes. We've got this. Look for the mean threshold of that right there. Yep, mean threshold. There's your fair value gap. Mean threshold's been hit. We're getting a nice reaction off of that now. And we've run out these old highs. So logical level to hit. Now look for, if we're digging down into this range, we've lost the midpoint of that candle right there. The mean threshold has been lost. So look for, if this is a swing, look for a premium to go discount, get back into this range. That breaker right there, draw that breaker out in space and time on the 15-minute. And watch that level there. If you can get some support off of that, which we pretty much did right here. Keep your eye on this candle here, fair value gap, inversion now. Mark out all these on your chart. I'm not going to do them all on here, but mark out these levels and watch for some premium level to either go shorter, or if we blow through, look for that little tiny fair value gap you see right there, that bit sibby. If we get a body on top of that, come back, find some support, start to eat into this, then look for these laddering effect, those, like Michael talks about, those little footholds that provide support for price to go higher or lower. So there, we just hit the edge of that one there, reacting off of it. Could you check the cable breaker kind of went into wicks? Your channel mentioned link provided by a member on the charter telegram. ICT must have clicked in like me. Car FR. Your channel was mentioned in a link provided by a member in the charter telegram. Oh, well, that was really nice. Thank you for coming in, Car FW or WFO. Thank you very much for popping in. Yes, Michael did pop in. It was exciting. It was very exciting. What you guys are talking about. Asian. I'm also Asian. What you guys were talking about. Asian. I am also Asian. Nice. Talking about the 5-minute low, I anticipate. Got in the fair value gap. Got in the fair value gap. Are you? Which one are you in, Derek? Are you in the? Did you get in on this fair value gap here for a long? Off that breaker, inside a fair value gap. Return to the Asian high. Interesting. New York high, Asian high. No, Asian highs right here. So good. You want to see this thing close above this now. And I'd look for your price up in here. And then
look for, I don't know, you're in consolidation. If you can get back into this fair value gap here, if you're long on that, if you can get back into here, I would take some profits and move to the sidelines and wait for a cleaner setup inside that consolidation. I wouldn't put a lot in there for 15-minute wise anyway. A little fair value gap sitting right in here in the discount range. Derek, Mr. T, you're out of here, buddy. Thanks for popping in. It's a pleasure having you. It's a pleasure having everybody. I was like, man, this is like my biggest run today. It's like 17 or 19 people I think we had today. It was like, woohoo. You're out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Break even now. Crazy retracement. NQ. Oh, you went short on this. Okay, you went short over here. Rejection block, hey? I tell you, those rejection blocks, if you're ever not sure and you're in a consolidation like this, take the rejection block versus the low. They can be some real slap in the facers if you don't take that, if it doesn't actually get that low again. I do like the return off of that fair value gap there. So discount fair value gap to a premium fair value gap. Now you're looking for the candles, the body's candles respecting the midpoint or mean threshold of the last down close candle. Also this last down close candle here, respecting that. What do we got up here? Mean threshold here. It's kind of like compression here, right? So you got, we did take out the rejection block here to the rejection block there. See that? This is the rejection here. So that's the discount. Now move to a premium. So how Michael has mentioned in the past about whatever PD array you see in the discount, it tends to go to the same, or can go to the same PD array in the premium. So if there's your rejection block here, now the premium array in the range you just made, rejection block, discount, premium. Now if we just come down here and fill this to this order block, compression, and then it's got to break out of here because you start running out of these small little 1 minute PD arrays, and it's got to bust out. It's got to go higher or lower. That was a cool explanation, brother. And the longest live, I think. Yeah, I didn't do it this time, and it cost me. So we'll kind of watch how these this order block gets validated. We drop below it, come back up inside it. Again, rejection. Now we want to get down into a discount array inside this small little range right here. We want to run out all these PD arrays till they get smaller and smaller and smaller. And you'll see a typical compression type thing like this happening. And then we have that breakout above, below. So we want that impulse leg above or below, and then see if we can get back into the consolidation high or midpoint, and then continue up. So we'll see what happens here. So let's just kind of extend this out a bit and look at this. This is the small little range we just had here. There's 50% right there. So we're into the discount area already. Let me just change this to the other side so it looks a little more cleaner. So look for this little imbalance right here. Pop in there. Order block. So we react off of these levels. So are we going to push through this now, or just turn around and come all the way back down into this little fair value gap down in here now? Because this is now a valid order block right there, right? So if we just tap this and start to push back up again, this could be our potential swing, right? So we've just tapped it. So you're between this guy and this guy. You start saying, who's going to give way now? We're either going to continue pushing further down, still inside this range, but we have got a discount. We did dip into the discount portion. Does that whole price, or do we run all the way back down into here again, and then we start compressing between this order block and whatever forms down here? We're in the daily fair value gap. Yep, we are. That's what that blue area is in here. Would love to see these lows 16.855, 16.858 get swept before we continue higher. Yeah, indeed. This is just reading it minute by minute, candle by candle. You want to talk about being lost in the trees? We're in the leaves right now. We're catching every minute. So this candle here is not valid yet. So we're with that one there. This one down here. This one's been valid. So we've come back inside this one. We've dug into that. We're inside this fair value gap, working it. Right there to there. Let me get rid of that guy. So now that we've got below that, I want to see a body close below here. And now if we come back up, this is the kind of thing I want to see some support. I love inversion fair value gaps for providing a level of support. And that's in a premium one. We've got a little fair value gap down in here. So now do we come up and find some support at that? See where the body closes. Wicks can do damage. Mean threshold. Oh, it's just working right through it. There we go. So we dip down into a little more of a discount, and now we're expanding. This now becomes a valid order block. Now we look for, does it provide support over the top and back to this order block here? We want to see that close above. Find some support at this and then continue pushing through. Now that we've eaten through this, we're into the midpoint of this candle again. And we've already eaten through that. So if we continue to push now, we're looking for, my suspicion is that if we do push up higher, that will just blow right through these now. Now that one it did take out that high there. These equal lows have not been taken yet. Back into that fair value gap again. Mean threshold. Not valid. This one is now valid. Right at the midpoint. This is going to be interesting to see where this goes from here. There. See that? Close above, tap it. Now we're going to run for these highs and look for the order blocks above now. There you go. So 50% of that candle, that wick, you want to see it close above 50% of this. Like 8 seconds. Closed above. Sorry, Robert Shank. Hello, Darren. I'm also a charter member. Robert, welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome. I'm also a charter member. I hope you keep on doing this without trolls. It's so annoying with them fighting all the time. Big egos. Oh, man, we don't take egos here. We had one guy pop in one time. He was a jerk, and I instantly got on him as quick as I could and punted him. We don't tolerate that here. We're just in here having a good time, trying to learn, trying to share stuff. If you're in here peacocking, I ain't interested. I make mistakes. I am happy to make mistakes. I am by no stretch anything like Michael. I'm just here trying to do the best I can, give you a different insight on how I look at price. And most of the time, it's pretty much in line with what you guys are doing anyway. And as charter members, you see a lot of this stuff. I'm just kind of trying to take this minute by minute candle and show you each PDRA, each candle, so that as you start to see it, you might be able to expand it into weekly, hourly, daily, whatever candles. Right? If you just analyze how each candle works, that's just my way of looking at it. And I'm not a multimillionaire. I don't brag to be a multimillionaire because I'm not. I'm just an old battered fireman, paramedic, just trying to make my way through the world just like the rest of you. So you're welcome, Robert. Pop in, man. Subscribe if you're interested. If not, just pop in whenever you like. Smooth relative equal highs above. Interesting lunchtime movement so far. Second that, Robert. Darren, are you watching the US dollar on opposition? That US dollar is still doing what we called earlier. It was just this fair value gap weekly has been, we talked about this several days ago, how that area provided a level of multiple levels of confluence that would either be a resistance or a place that you could get on top of, find some support at it to go higher. But it has definitely been a place of resistance. We have this breaker sitting right here, last down close candle before a run above old highs. We cleared the high there. Validates that as a breaker. So you come back into it. All the way, look at that. We're still inside it here with that wick. We have a weekly fair value gap. We have a daily fair value gap. And we have the breaker. So we came back into it here, found a lot of support. And we're just banging off of that breaker or that weekly fair value gap and this daily fair value gap. And you see we're just banging around inside it right now. This candle has now been validated because we did get above it here. So look at the open and the midpoint or mean threshold of that candle. Does that provide support? So if I close below that and you start getting towards this rejection block and we've got a nice bull candle that closes down here, then my guess is we're going to start to run down lower. That'll put more lift on the currencies. But I don't know, to be honest with you, unless you guys want to comment on it, how you guys provide, or how do you look at the American dollar in relation to these indices, and how well, when the American dollar goes down, how it affects which one of these the best. I haven't really studied that in a lot of detail. So if you guys know, please feel free to make comments on the sidelines, or pop into the Telegram chat, throw some thoughts our way. Again, you'll find the link at the top of the bio at the top to our Telegram breakfast chat, and we're in there all the time. I go in the middle of the day, middle of the evening, just to see what people are up to. If you have any comments and stuff, I get to engage in conversations and stuff in there. So that's available as well. Thanks for your service. Oh, my pleasure. I had a lady in Costco once stopped me and said, "You're a fireman?" Like, how did you know I was a fireman? It's in your shirt. Oh, yeah, okay. That's what we do. We wear our shirts all the time. She goes, "Thank you for your service." Like, oh, wow. Thank you very much. You're welcome, I guess. You know, y'all don't often get people thank firemen for their service or paramedics. But believe me, it's much appreciated. The paramedics don't get all the glory because we're in the back of the ambulance. And what you don't see and what's going on in the back of the ambulance is crazy traumatic sometimes. And the firefighters, they got all the fire, they got all the people taking pictures on the outside. They're rushing into buildings, grabbing pets and come running out. Candle. Then they go into calendar mode, clean up the place, take your bunker gear off, put your arm outside the fire truck, drive down the street with some dust on your face, looking all calendar man. Paramedics, no. We don't get that. Yeah, sorry, that's all I see there in the Dixie. So as you saw, we were looking for support off of that. We hit it. We're looking for higher prices. That's the hint that you looked for. I looked for right there. When I went below here, I said, okay, so we could go lower now. You find some support at that. If it comes back, find support. But then it started digging through it, and you go, okay, well now it's running all the way through. You wait again for another setup for price to break through with a body, come back, find support at it, and if you're not happy with that body, that one should give you a tip that, hey, look, we're definitely going on the upside. Come back, tag it one more time. You had one more opportunity to get in long there for run up. Looking at that midpoint there, mean threshold of the largest or the highest up close candle. So you look for the low, the open, and the mean threshold. Those are the three PD arrays I look for in every candle, every single time. And if we break them, they see how it hit that one, the midpoint, the mean threshold, they react off of it. And yeah, they may blow through it like that, but you see that reaction. It hit it, popped off of it. And if you're looking at a 1 second chart, you'd be looking for something down here that was a discount inside that one minute candle that it ran to and then started running back up again. So now we've hit the rejection block. We haven't taken out the old high yet. So if you were scaling something out, if you were in here and I was scaling something out, I would take out a portion at that rejection block, because that may be another example of why rejection blocks are great places to take a piece off, because you may see this big retracement and all your profits are starting to go down. And if you're like me, you start second guessing yourself saying, shit, I'm losing, because you're looking down here at the numbers and you're going, oh, now they're going down, they're going down, they're going down. Oh man, look at all the profits. Because if you focus down here on numbers, you're not focusing on your trading. So now look at this range here. What discount array in here would support price? These equal highs, this order block, fair value gap, fair value gap. You want to see that stay open now if you want to go bullish. And there is a swing point here, not quite this one here. So look at this order block here. Draw that out in time. And then we get a nice reaction off of that now. If dollar is bearish, indices are bullish. Eli, I love all these new people that are popping in. Eli, welcome, my friend, welcome. NQ is calling. See all the places you could load on here, pyramid here. I didn't take them. I've taken 2 losses today, so I'm not doing any more trading. I'm just kind of looking at this. So we want to get through that candle's body, midpoint, mean threshold. Dollar's bearish, indices are bullish. Thanks, Eli. NQ has a nice reaction off the 15-minute order block. Hey, brother, by any chance do you use, I believe it was PAM 5, where you use the London lunch DR daily range, and the New York lunch DR really helped me out a lot in direction and price, especially if applied to the Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P. Do you use the PAM 5? What's PAM 5? Sorry, I'm not familiar with that acronym. Maybe I'm missing it. What's PAM 5 where you use? I think we can fill in the 4 hours to be. So now that you've got the direction, now we've broke out of that little consolidation we were talking about. We've got this fair value gap provided support. It became an inversion. We found support off of that, and we're continuing to the upside. We're getting support off of this fair value gap here. What's your higher time frame objective? Now, some people have already mentioned that the 4-hour fair value gap is still in play, which is huge. Let's tighten her up a little bit. So we're still looking for that low here, the daily fair value gap high, most recent high right here, and then looking for the rest of the fill on the daily. Look at that return to an old high here. Nice. Continue to push up now. Sorry, that explain that 2 PAM or 5 PAM, 2 PAM. Sorry, 2 PAM's a drug we use for neurotoxicity. What's 5 PAM? PAM 5. 2018 charter member here. Didn't jump into the content at the time. Michael's long videos. I got distracted. Returned back to ICT last year, studying 2022 YouTube. Fair value ups finally clicked, and I'm in. Okay, good for you. Good for you, Car. I tell you, that's eventually you'll come back to Michael's stuff. It is golden, absolutely golden. You would never convince me of anything else. Mind you, that's all I've ever studied. I knew nothing when I started, and he is absolutely stellar. And I wouldn't think about even venturing into somebody else's textbooks or their interpretation of his stuff. ICT is not here. You can take it. ICT is not here. You can take it. Hee hee hee. LOL, Cody. I like you, Darren. My man. Thanks, Cody. Developing eye for order blocks, rejection, etc. This is great review and confirmation of ICT concepts. Thanks for doing this. My pleasure, Carr. Eli, price action model. Thanks, Eli. Pam, price action model. Ah, okay. Oh, model 5. I see it, your price action model. So charter member PM stuff. Has he put that out there yet? Has he put the 5 out there? Because I've promised that I will not share any charter member stuff on here with people unless Michael's made it public. If he chooses to share the PAM 5, then I'll talk about it on here. But I don't think he shared that yet, so I'm not going to talk about it on here, just out of respect for his privacy and what he's done. I think he's up to number 2 or 3 now on his charts. I think he wants to bring them all out of here, but I'm not going to talk about it till he's actually got it out there on the charts for everybody, and he wants to share that. I'm from 2021 ICT mentorship, by the way. Oh, good for you, Eli. 2021. I like it. I love it, meeting up with my fellow ICT traders. We've all come to the light. He put up PAM 3. Yeah, I think that's all he's got out there right now. So when he gets to PAM 5, we'll do it. We can actually start looking at some of these, the PAM 1, 2, 3, as they appear, and start using them. If he's making them available to the public, and here's an opportunity to experiment, try them out, and put our heads together on how we can capitalize on it. More eyes looking at these markets, the better opportunities we have of catching them. I think Kurt caught a nice silver bullet this morning. He did a great job he saw it. He's relatively new, he's a novice, but he caught the silver bullet really quick this morning, which was great. No, I think number 2 is on YouTube now. He put up PAM 3. Sorry, brother, I don't know if he's... No, I don't think he shared 5 yet. Well, I'm really happy with how many people turned up. I like 15 people. Like, wow. I get excited. That's awesome. We've been so used to having like 4 or 5 people turn up, that having ICT turn up today, wow, what a treat that was. And now we've got like double digits in the subscriptions. My subscription, I'm at 85 people. That's great. I'm happy with that. I like slow progress, man. I'll take anything that I get. I'm loving it. The more people we get to connect with out there, the happier I am. All right, where are we going? Let's look at order blocks again here. We're in a consolidation here. I'm not crazy about consolidation. So now you've got to look for, on the 1 minute, we're looking for a breakout somewhere, an impulse leg, because we're still inside this range right here. See that highest candle right there? Look at the mean threshold. See how the bodies are respecting that right there? Boom. So always look for the highest candle. Look for the 3 points I talked about, low, the open, and the mean threshold, and see how you get reactions off of them. See if we close above them or below them. Look at the range you're sitting in and say, okay, well, if that's a swing range, look at that. There's the mean threshold. Lowest down close candle. Look at that body is all respecting that mean threshold. Discount, premium. Discount again. Body's respecting it. Wicks do the damage. Rejection blocks. We hit off Didn't quite hit the rejection block here, but we definitely clipped it here. We came into a discount here. Finally had to expand, blow out of that range. We brought to the upside, equal highs. Inside this range here, discount, old highs, back up into largest, highest up close candle here. We're inside that guy there now, so down, up, inside here. Do we close above here? Looking for that. Get on top of this guy. And again, this is just really, really small 1 minute candles, but it's trying to bring your eye to looking at each individual candle and saying, is this supporting a premium and discount area? And am I slowly climbing? Am I using these leverages to continue to climb for my higher time frame objective? If you watch it all the time, and if you see it suddenly blow past, then you go, well, why is it doing that? Well, because it's still in a premium area of the small range we're in. So if it's reaching for a discount, you say, oh, okay, well, I would allow it to come down to here. If I lose that and break market structure, maybe I've got a reversal going on here, right? But if you watch each individual candle, and this is no different than watching a 15-minute candle or an hour candle, you come back every hour and say, where did that candle finish off? Where do I expect it to go for the next hour, so on and so forth. We're just chopping it down to 1 minute, and we're literally watching each minute. You do this on a 5-second chart, 30-second chart, doesn't matter. Each candle, does it support reaching for higher prices? Do you follow a favorite model, Darren? You know what my favorite model is? I really love this inversion fair value gaps, and I like the idea of a break at 10 o'clock, breaking a recent high before 9 or around 9 o'clock. If we break a high and then you come down and you break a consolidated low, come back into it, it's that 2022 model, using that price leg there as a projection down for higher prices. So consolidation, ran above it, ran below it. Now if you want to go the leg that takes the low, this is what we were talking about earlier, I think, from here to here, and you project that up. My buddy Derek loves these 2.5ers. I think this is what we were talking about earlier. This was that price leg that I mentioned when we came back into here, into that breaker. We're looking for an extension up. There's the price leg that took out the lows. You take that price leg now, you pull down on your fib tool, you run it up to 2.5, takes out these old highs. Look at that, right at 2.5, boom. But it had also confirming that point, you take that run from there to there, and then from this low here, extend it back up, and look what happens. Those of you who were in here earlier would have seen this. Now you take this one from here to here, and look where it lines up. Bingo. Right on that point right there. So just a fraction above our 2.5. That price leg is completed. Okay, so I like that model. I do like the return to a breaker model. I like a breaker inside a fair value gap model. There's a couple of models I like to look at, and sometimes I'll just randomly go in and experiment, especially in demo accounts. I'm not afraid to just try something new and say, well, where'd that go? Do you think me, on me, or Kirk? Do you think on me or Kirk? You think on me or Kirk? I'm not sure if I understand that. Sorry, Cody. Darren, if you hit refresh, you actually hit 102. Congrats. 102 what? Subscribers? You're telling me I broke 100? Refresh. Let me. I don't even know how to refresh. Oh, I have 103 dudes. Holy cow! Wow, I'm flattered. I'm absolutely flattered for subscribers. I just hit refresh. 103. Holy doodle. Keeps reacting. 5-minute mitigation block. Would you like to see PDH run through Alex? All these new people. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so excited for all of you being here. Alex, welcome, my friend. Darren, what were the three PDAs you mentioned you look at for the candles you mentioned in the last 30 minutes? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, this is what I look for. So when you're looking for support, right? So this candle here, for example, you find support at that candle when we break above it, right? So this is not going to be a great example. Let me give you a better example here. I want something with a wick and everything on it. Okay, so we'll use this guy right here. So when you get this candle here, break that candle's high right there. There's 3 different arrays I will look for in terms of strong, weak, weakest. Okay, strong is off the top. So if we come back to the top of it, it's strong right there. Then if it comes back to the body, that's okay. It's still a PD array for me. And the next one is the mean threshold. If I lose the mean threshold, then my eyes go down to the lower level stuff. So when you get the top one hit and you get a reaction off of it and a nice big strong wick off of that, then I go, great. I look for all the up close candles. When you break below them, I look for the same thing on the bottom half of them. So if this was we got a wick. If you get below it, you look at the bottom, the low, the open, and the mean threshold. Those are the 3 PD arrays I look for in every candle that forms. And I say, is this a strong push or is it a weak push? Where am I inside a range? And have I broken that range? And I know I'm in the leaves in the trees here, but you can, if you're watching this and we're slowly meandering our way up to the top here, we're looking for PD arrays that are supported in a premium and discount inside these little tiny swing points. You say, what's the premium and discount? And am I still finding support at that to continue up? And if it does suddenly break through below that, you start going, okay, now is that a wick or is it a body? Has it been a big bold candle now creating a fair value gap? That becomes a breaker. Then you start to change your mindset to, have I broken market structure to the downside? So I look for those 3 specific PD arrays to be hit all the time. So this one here did not break that high. That one finally broke through it. That one came back, didn't tag it, but this one did. See how it came back and tagged the high right there and then left. Running through again. What's my highest, my next PD array above me that is supported by a breakdown? Okay. And it's that guy there, because as soon as we got above him, I look for the next one, the highest one up, and it's that guy there. So it came up, hit the bottom of him, opened, came back down into the discount guy. So you're between that guy and that guy. You tag him, and now we've run out of PD arrays. We're so tight in here now, we either have to come back to the midpoint here, or we have to start pushing for higher prices. Well, if that supports price, and we start to run above the highs, then you say, well, now do these highs provide support? Does that become a breaker? Last up close candle, 4 run below these lows. There is not a swing point there. So that guy there, does it provide a level of support once we get a body above it? So there's not a body as a wick. Wicks to me are not. I like to see a body. Show me a body, and then I'll come back and I'll use that as a breaker that provides a level of. I'll look for a level of support there. And but wicks, those could be just stop runs. I don't know if that helps. You talked about a silver bullet trade. Yeah, that was. About that. Yeah, that was. Was it? I thought it was Alex or Kurt that found the silver bullet trade this morning, and you'd have to scroll all the way back through this stuff we talked about this morning. You have to scroll back through the chat to see it. I love the Reaper. Sets up a fair value gap at the discount off the left side of the breaker. In the bullish scenario, price pushes past the breaker high, sets up bull flag to trick retail, then rips the breaker ripper. Ah, you know what? I saw his Reaper video, and I couldn't tell you how that Reaper setup occurs. If you join the ThetaWaveTrader on Telegram, the link's above. You're welcome to pop into that and show me your favorite kind of setup in there for that. That'd be great. There's, just like everything else, you can put some videos and pictures, chat. We all have little chats in there. So there's that little breaker we just mentioned. We got a wick above it. Watch it here. So if I take this, I'm going to extend this, make it a little bit bigger so it looks more sexy. How's that? Oops. Yeah, I would love to learn that Reaper setup. I just like the name of it, the Reaper. So no bodies. There's a body above it right there. Just like we mentioned here. See this little body get above here? That's my signal, for me anyway. It's my signal to say, we have a body that closes above this fair value gap inversion now. If we come back and tag it, I'm going to go long there. That's usually my tip. So here's the high body. We have a body break above it right there. And then we come back, tag that breaker, and then leave town. You see that? Comes back and clips it and keeps going. So as we were talking about that, I said I want to see a body. Well, there's your body right there 3 minutes ago. So hopefully that helps. Well, it was nice to tell Michael my story this morning. I enjoyed that. That was kind of like, you've made an impact on people's lives, and I've always wanted to tell them my story. So getting an opportunity this morning to, I know I wasn't in any big interview with him because I haven't made millions off of his concepts, but it was really nice to kind of be able to share that with him. Watch here. Are we going to eat through this? Coming back into that breaker one more time. Also this guy up here. You draw that one out. You want to see if it blows through that. Now if we just read out these highs, I want to see that provide a level of support now. Fair value gap. Eaten up. Where do we close on this candle? Next 9 seconds. I'm going to head to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I love the Reaper setup. So thanks for the review. Just came across your channel. Love the relaxed ambiance of the stream. The ambiance. I love the ambiance here too. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. All right, where are we at here? You talked about sort of well of the Reaper. Thanks for the review. Just came across your channel. Love the relaxed ambiance. Sure, I have to quit. Quite a few screenshots. Quite a few shots. Reaper trades I've taken in the past month. Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. You got RV Reverma 92. Is that the name you want to be called, Reverma? Or do you have another name I can refer to you as? I'm trying to keep track of people. I want to respect people who come in here. I want to call you by the names that you've got written down. So I kind of write people's names down so that I can remember them. And people love to hear their names, and I want to respect you and your name. So, like my buddy Derek. My buddy Derek's been with me since the beginning of this channel. Bless you, Derek. Thank you for sticking around. REQHs here with London's high 16906. Right at the equal highs, yeah. So you see how that breaker here provides a level of support one more time into the mean threshold. You want to see it get through this order block here now, because this is now an inversion, right? Because we went through it, came back into it. So you want this to get on top, the price to get on top of this in order to continue to the upside, for that inversion to hold. So you're looking for that inversion and that breaker to continue to hold price. This is the step up that Michael talks about in terms of climbing the mountain, right? Here we go. So we're going to see that close above that price right there. Same kind of thing we talked about over here. We want the same thing to happen over here. Rinse and repeat. This is a close. So close there. Oh, it's 45 seconds away from closing. There's a little imbalance right here. Yeah, whatever is cool. This is my Gmail account, and I never bothered to change my YouTube username. R is my initial. Verma is my last name. Born 1992. Very creative, I know. 1992. Oh, you're a young pup. I love it, man. I love all the fact that you young people are in here just learning this stuff, and your brains are ready to eat this stuff up. I just love it. I love it. Welcome, 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 all of you. I'm excited for you all. Derek, that's my nickname for my... Derek, that's my nickname for my wife. Okay. Good, so now we've got this price pushed up, and we've got 37 seconds. See how the wick, the body is closing on that inversion? I want to see it kind of, not just to see the wicks, there's a rejection block again. I want to see this wick. I don't want to see the wick eat through this. I want to see the body close above that. So we've got 8 more seconds. And then look for a continuation on this building the steps. Okay, watch for this. Now we've closed above it. We're above the mean threshold of that candle. We closed above it. That gives you my indication that we're probably going to go higher, just because you close above the mean threshold. When we talked about those 3 PD arrays I look for, the low, the open, and the mean threshold, if we just keep coming back, once we validated here, if we just come back, tagged it right there, bodies we're pretty close to respecting it there. Then we got right into the mean threshold of it, and then we closed through the mean threshold. Fair value gap. Now, are we going to come back and tag this and go, or are we just coming back into this imbalance right here? You see that? If we don't come back here, that's the support right there. Because remember, he says that in these imbalances act like gaps. And look at that. Right back to the top of the gap. So that's almost like acting like one of these guys here, right there. We're at the high of the 430. So, discount, premium. If this opens up and starts to come back down, look at the premium and discount in this range and say, what PD array inside here supports a discount reach for price to continue on the upside? Or are we looking at a larger range still? Because if we eat through this, then we're looking for a discount range like here. There you go. You tap them right on the top of that. See that? Hit it. Like, people, if people tell you that this is random shit, this is chaos down here at the 1 minute, welcome to 1 minute precision, people. Look at that. We just mapped that out. We see where we got price off of here. It wants to come back to a discount. Like if I pull here, let's see if that's 50%. Just out of curiosity, let's see if that's 50% of that range right there. That's the only thing around that 50%. 62% would have put us right into the middle of it again. But nope, we got a higher time frame objective. Unless we do dig in there. Maybe it's coming running back down again. Sorry, I'm going to stand my table up here. You hear that motor running? That's just because my table's on the way up. I have to stand up a little bit here. 103 subscribers. Wow. Wait till I tell my parents. My dad loves this stuff. He's 80, he turns 83 this month. He gets all excited when he sees I get new subscribers. He's like, "Oh, you've got another subscriber today." I'm like, yeah, wait till he sees I went from 53 or 85. I'm up like almost 20 subscribers in one day. That's awesome. I won't know what to do with myself. Look at Derek. He's so awesome. He's over there on the Breakfast Club, ThetaWaveTrader on the Breakfast Club, meeting and greeting people at the door. What a man. I love that guy. So what do we got here? We got 16906 tagged. There's also a 5-minute volume imbalance. 5-minute volume imbalance. Oh yeah, right here. Look at that. See how we ran right up there with that volume imbalance, came all the way back down and tagged it. And leave. Now, there's another one of those trading strategies for you. If you see a premium volume imbalance that you go to, and you're inside of a range, and there's a volume imbalance on the downside, look for the run from one to the other. Look at this, order block. So what we were doing on the 1 minute, we do the same thing here. Order block. The moment we break it right here, 1, 2, 3. 1, we came back, hit it again. And what did we come back to? 2. Doof. Hit that one and left. PD array, but now we have a fair value gap. Consequent encroachment. Happens on every freaking time frame. Now we got this valid, right? So 1, 2, 3. We didn't validate it here, so that doesn't count. This isn't a valid order block till this candle was finished breaking it here. Now we're looking for a further run up. Again, still looking for a higher time frame daily objective. This should be good for all these stocks in here too. Yes, I still want my oil down in here, mean threshold. Further pushing down rejection block. Next. See how we're compressing like crazy inside this thing here right now? We got up to this mean threshold here. Body. Mean threshold wasn't hit yet. We validated this order block here, came back down, up inside it. Wick through it, the mean threshold, but the bodies are still respecting the low. Now we're really stuck between this guy and this guy. 1 and 2. So I want to see it blast through, close today below this rejection block. Preferably below this candle here. And then we can, my goal is to run for these equal lows back here. Then you're looking for some action, see if we can get some change on that oil market. Gold. Let me have a quick peek at gold. That's 1 minute. Let me get into 1 hour here. Mean threshold. Ran the lows. Mean threshold. Wait for that. If you lose that on, if you've got any of you trading gold, if you lose that mean threshold there on the 1 hour, and it closes on that below this, look for this breaker here to provide support for further downside. That means the American dollar should start going back up again. We might get the run back up again on Dixie. Interesting. How's the banks? How's the banks? If you're into commodities, I got lots of commodities on here I'm looking at. I tried dabbling with some of these. My objective was down here for this when it was up here. And as usual, I don't trade it very often, so I got out way earlier on that, I think it was. Yeah. I got out for a little profit, but that was my objective. If I had stayed in it, would have nailed it today or yesterday. Okay. UNG's down. Sorry, let's get back over here. All right, so we still got continuation here. Order block valid. Come back into it. Look at that body. It was 1, 2, hit it. We're still going. So, as we've described so far today, fair value gap, come back, find some support, support. Then we have inversion fair value gaps that form, get long, right there. Pyramiding, if you're into pyramiding stuff, breaker, come back inside the breaker. Again, fair value gap, inversion, find perfect support at it. And we're still reaching for our objective. So as you can see, just on these PD arrays, you're still seeing support for a higher time frame objective. The key is trying to keep your higher time frame objective in mind all the time. And when you get these little swing backs, you say, okay, now is that just coming back into a logical level of a discount array? Inversion? Are we just finding support at this inversion here? So when you see these big swing backs, and at a time when you expect price to come back, a higher time frame objective for your bias for the day. Oh, I wish I would have stayed in that one this morning. I beat myself up on that one this morning. Got out way too soon. Well, I was talking to Michael about that as well. And we could still be in this for thousands of dollars. But don't beat yourself up. There are inversion fair value gaps, just old fair value gaps that you had marked out at the time they were presented and price action runs to it. Yeah, so like this would be like an old fair value gap. As it breaks through it on the opposite side and comes back to it, then it becomes inversion. Otherwise, it's just a filled fair value gap on the way down. You come back up into it. That's an inversion. Or that's that's an inversion on that one there. And then when you come back through this guy here, the moment we come through it and come back and tag it, now that's an inversion because you've gone through it. And usually you just come back to it, tag it, and keep going down, right? But as you go back up through it and come back down and tag it, now that becomes an inversion. So I love inversion fair value gaps, and I look for support at those, especially if you're looking for continuation on the upside. There's a full dig right through there. So now we've got a nice big impulse leg down. Old highs. We're getting through these significant portions now. So whoever was picking that 16.9, look on the higher time frames for what supports price at that level. Oh, we're just coming back to that top of that order block there. Hit it. We could still be running away here on the 1 hour. Come back inside that range. So look at the high to the low. When you see these sudden bolts back, where does it come back to? 62% retracement. Look at that. Logical levels, old order blocks. Is that a breaker? Nope. Well, it's not. See that right there on this side? I know it looks like I'm form-fitting stuff, but usually you look at that imbalance here, draw it all the way across. We cut through candles. I look for support back in these old, way back here as well, are these levels that we've supported come back and they become inversions. So you always want to keep your eye back here as well. Don't just get lost inside these candles. Keep your eyes focused on this lot over here as well. So that big swing back here, revisiting our, I think that was a breaker there. What was that one? 1 minute. Yeah, that was our breaker. We revisited that breaker one more time. Continue on the outside. Now that's just taking out all these guys that are trailing their stop losses up behind them. Quickly take them out. Come back to breaker. Come back to breaker. Right here. See that? If I draw that one out there from there to there, we're right on the body. Right, look at, and want to see precision? Look at that, and look at, if I draw all the way across here, through this stuff and go to the breaker on this side. Look at the mean threshold. Remember I was telling you those 3? 1, 2, 3. Mean threshold. Look where we hit. Right on that mean threshold one more time. Beautiful. Return to breaker. Now, could I have predicted that? Hell no. But those are levels of logical support that you want to see it maintain that to continue on the upside. So again, don't want to trail your stop losses too fast behind you. Right high, those candles, those colors, the candlesticks colors, Minnesota Vikings. I'm slightly colorblind. Yes, a firefighter with colorblind vision. Not always a good thing if there's chemical spills. Hey Darren, what color is that spill over there? Could be red, could be green. I don't know. Let's just throw water at it. But yeah, that's why I have big bold colors like this. Yellows, blues, they're very distinctive contrasting colors. That's why you don't see me with reds and greens, because it just looks like the same damn color to me, or just slight versions of green or pink. Just took London high. Bond action news was released. 1 p.m. lunch ending soon. Could this be the move for the PM session? Oh, now this would be nice to see this run hit this high here for the noon or the 1 o'clock high. Hit that daily fair value gap. Now we had another one, did we not? The 4 hour? Yes, right there. So the 4 hour, I don't know if it would run that high. But if we just come to this low here, look for this low, the daily fair value gap low, and then that reversal to happen right there off of that candle. That would be interesting. We have an inversion over here. That's where my eye's going right now. I'm liking that. So let's get back down to miss your 1 minute. Closing in the daily fair value gap. Yes, Derek. Yes, yes, yes. Just closed out a silver bullet from 1040. Way to go, car. Demo. Doesn't matter, man. Loving the silver bullet. Yes. Good for you. What a beautiful run, man. Good work, car. We're going to have to call you Lambo soon. That'll be your nickname. Instead of car, it'll be Lambo. Sorry, every once in a while you'll get a nickname. I'll just drop a nickname on you. Closing in the daily fair value gap. LOL. Let's just throw water at it. That's right. 5 minute fair value gap just filled from January 2nd. Now look for discount to run that one more time to fill that. I'm looking in here. See if this provides a level of support. Now if we break this low, it doesn't make sense for me to break that low just to go back up to that high. But order block valid, coming back into 1, 2, 3. That candle's inside that one, so look at this one instead. 1, 2, 3. Body, wick, I should say, to the opening. Continue down. Now I'm looking for here. We're just tagging the top of the fair value gap there. Not be neat if it just held there and just shot up. Finish that off. So we got 1, 2, 3 arrays inside that candle there. It's a breaker, so I'm expecting it to hold price. Because it's a breaker, I expect it to be stronger. So I expect it to kind of hold price and finish off the rest of its run up. And if it doesn't, and it becomes the breaker on the downside, depending on the narrative you're looking for, like Michael was saying earlier, because sometimes I get the question of saying, people say, well, this is a breaker, but the breaker is not a breaker till we get below it, come back into it and trade it. But no, it's a breaker because it's the last down close candle before a run above an old high. So you can attack it from the top or you can attack it from the bottom. You can play two different directions on that. That's why I was asking Michael this morning about, and it's depending on the narrative that you're looking for. So if you're looking for higher prices, it can be a support level. And it can be a support level from below to get short.
body. That's the open right there. So mean threshold, so remember I was mentioning about it's strong, weaker, weakest, or a line in the sand as Michael calls them. You want to see this line in the sand hold. If not, and it's going to be on a close. So I start to go, nah. Is that the high that we've just set for the 1 o'clock? Now you look for your silver bullet entry. If that's the 1 o'clock high, look for the, now that we've closed below that mean threshold, I'd like to have seen that actually close below the low, create that fair value gap, then tag into it for the short. Does that make sense to you guys? Like, just because it didn't hit the fair value gap high, often you'll see there's a small space between the fair value gap high or the close of a fair value gap on the opposing side. It doesn't quite hit it. So now I'm looking for, there's a little tiny one right there. See that? That candle's high is 16,901. That candle's low is 16,903. So there's 2 handles space. Body gets not quite below that low yet. I want to see a body get below there. Come back up inside breaker, inside a fair value gap. You get short on that one there. But I want to see a body get below this first. I want to see wicks. Ideally, you want to see it get below this consolidation here. Like you want to see a pound through here, come back up on this side. That way you know you've broken it to the downside. Then I'd measure this out on a higher time frame. Measure that out for the leg that took out the high. And then look for projection down, 2 to 2.5 projection. So tag the breaker. We can get short there. But again, you want to look at a premium discount. You want to start getting back up into a higher level. There's a little tiny inversion here. We got a fair value gap, silver bullet. The first one after 1 o'clock. Oh no, there's one right there. That's why I wait for the 12. I'm going to do one more short for the day and see if I can get this one in. I like a body getting below here. I might get punished here for this. But we shall see inside that fair value gap inversion. There's the inversion one right there. Hit the top of it. So I'm going to keep my stop loss super tight. Just because I want to see it get above there. That's literally playing right off of that first fair value gap after the 10 o'clock. So my philosophy is I like to see a wick form in the hour, and then the so that taking the very first silver bullet you see might be inside the wick that does the false run up. So actually you want to see this because that's the leg that takes out the high. We've got below it now. You can come back into 50% of that leg. But I just want to see that inversion right there. And this one here, kind of hold price.
I hope that made sense to you guys. Trading off an inversion fair value gap. There's also a little tiny imbalance right here. Bodies are respecting that fair value gap there. Wicks do the damage inside the inversion. So we'll see what happens. 50% of that leg up. And again, I don't mind being wrong. That was my logic, that was my reasoning. Now, usually if there's a body that breaks above this high and it closes on there, I'll close that out before that hits my stop loss, unless it takes me out right away. So I'll wait for the next 25 seconds. If the bodies go above that, then it tells me that the potential is to run up that one more time above that high. So I want to see where this discount array. Let me flip this over. %. Now 50% of that range is right here. It closed above. Let's see how it reacts off this 50% here. There's 50%. No, I don't want to see it revisit that, so I'm gonna, oops. I don't want to see it revisit that now. It's hit perfectly in the 50% I was mentioning about the leg that takes out the high. We were talking about that beforehand, so if it revisits that, then I'm wrong. I already don't like the fact that we got a body that closed above here, but I'm allowing for the 50% of that price leg that takes out the high. Then maximum trade of 50% of that. Sorry, I'm going to put that right just above there. This is one of the setups I'd mentioned earlier about when you have a price leg that takes out a high, especially in the time frame that you're expecting a high to be taken. Mind you, we still are expecting that. I don't get much faith. This is where I start to second guess myself when all these candles start to go sideways like this. But we're just going to let this run. I'm not going to touch it this time. I don't mind taking a $700 loss. And I'm counting this not because I want to be a safe place to put my stop loss. I just look at this as it's the place where I expect price not to go any further, and if it does, then I'm probably wrong. So I'm okay with putting my stop loss that tight. It's not trying to be cocky or anything like that. It's just trying to say, if I lose that spot, then that is the line in the sand for me for 50% of that range that took out the leg that took out the high. So if we're looking at that consolidation or that leg here, that 62% of that leg, we're already 50% over We're hanging around on that 50% mark. So do we just kind of roll over now and go back down? Or do we run right up into 62%, clean me out, and come to the body of this up close candle here? We can now go up into midpoint on the order block. Wait, or you look first 1 PDA. If not support, you're done. My validation on the trade would be at the midpoint of the order block up there. Like this one here, you mean? Yeah, that would be the line in the sand. But I'm looking at just the price leg itself. I don't want more than 50% of that getting taken out. Do I have 4 lots on that? Holy crap, there's 4 on there. I don't want 4. I do not want 4 lots on that. Jeepers creepers. I'm dropping some heavy trades in here now. There was only supposed to be 2. I don't know why it went 4. So we're going to close it out on a rejection block. I'm going to take some. Let's put a. Sorry, I don't know how to do these things here. There, and I want to sell. I think it's sell, no, buy 2, right? I don't know how that works. Alright, so now I'm looking at this fair value gap here. I don't want to see price get above here. This is the inversion here. There's the top of the fair value gap. You just hit it. Now you want to see that pull away from there. Get through this order block here, otherwise we're just about to climb up higher. So mean threshold. If we lose the mean threshold, the body closes above here. Next 35 seconds. Hopefully we don't have a big run up. There's a little imbalance in here. I like how you broke down your reasoning as to why you entered into the trade. Made sense. But I'm about to get taken out here now. There's the rejection block. Oof, it's come right back to this old low here. So if that doesn't hold price, it'll take me out.
There's still that up there yet. I'm pretty sure that's going to take me out, so I'm going to kind of close out, take my loss. We got a body close above that candle. That becomes inversion. And we have a body breaking above it. Same kind of rule. So when you use the rule for when a body breaks above it and you come back and find support at it, it also has to be the rule you use to get out. If you see that break and you're on the wrong side of it, then that's the rule to get out for me as well. Now usually you could use the rule for saying, okay, well if I'm wrong, if it returns to it and I've entered in there, then I can break even by getting out of it right here. Which would have been pretty good for me to get out right there, but I didn't. Or did that hold price? If this turns around and goes back down again, this is another one of those. Let me close that one out. Days we get beat up into consolidation. There's that potential higher time frame objective still. Didn't quite get the rejection block to get out at. So a rule I didn't follow was I like to see a body get below this low. It's a wick. That we just wick down below it. And I tend to not want to do trades below breaking lows when it's just wicks, because it can be just stop runs for deeper retracement back into a range. So I did take it though, based on the 50% of that leg, but did not get the rejection block. Usually when you see a body get through these, breaking the lows, and then you get a nice, and a body with a fair value gap in the middle of it, breaks that low, it tends to be a lot more of a confirmation that we've got a breaking market structure to the opposite side, not just a wick. See right here, fair value, through it. Now, if we get below it, come back to it, look for this guy here now. Because right now we're just coming back, tagging the top of this inversion here. We've come into it here, all valid for higher prices. But if we have this one here, close below here, it's the same kind of thing we played with back there. If we're on the wrong side of it, you get the opposite side. You wait for these things to happen. That's why in consolidations, you can get beat up really bad when you're looking for these fair value gaps inside of consolidations. One forms here, so you're looking at the top side of it. One forms here, so you're looking at the bottom side of it. So you just keep getting beat up in it. When you get good clean runs, like a breakout, and then it returns to it, and we have a nice continuation on the upside, and you're not inside of a consolidation, they tend to be much more valid. Okay, so we're about to close. We closed below that one there. And we're right on, the body is actually right on the close, the open of this one here. So this one's still valid. This one is now contrary on the opposite side.
Thanks for jumping out, Darren. You're probably screaming at the screen, Darren, get out! What are you doing? It's still got more upside. Derek's like my watchdog. It's like, Darren, what are you doing? Hey, and I don't mind being wrong. I really don't mind being wrong. That would have been a nice example of, if I'm on the wrong side of it, the retracement back into the inversion. If I'm on the wrong side, the body closed above it. So if it comes back into it, you can cut your losses by when it retraces back into it. And I kind of chickened out early there, didn't I? How early did I get out? Right up there. So we got in right here, and we got out. So right there is where we got in, got out up there. So we had perfect opportunities to get out inside that. We could have even come out with a little teensy bit of profit. Something more for my journal on a psychological side of it. Trust that we get that return. You can get out. If you're on the wrong side, you can still cut back some of your losses. If you're making, there's a precise entries of, if it gets above this, I'm going to get in. And if I'm on the wrong side, as soon as it comes back to it, I can get out. You should be able to break even relatively easy. Again, you got to have nerves of steel for that kind of stuff. Which clearly I don't. There's the body right there. So order block validated, come back into the mean threshold. You want to see that stay open now? Nice. Now if we get a return to this here for upside, look for that old high there. Mean threshold. I call it a gentleman's exit. Oh, that's awesome. Good one. The gentleman's exit. I shall exit now with my dignity intact. But we may just hang around some and do above and below the candles for liquidity set this afternoon. Yeah, look for this. We got this fair value gap that's formed in here now. So if we've now broken a little high here, equal highs. So we either retrace back to the equal high, fill the gap, or just tag the edge of it and start to run through the mean threshold of this candle here. You want to see this one give way here to the upside. And then this becomes a propulsion candle. That becomes a valid propulsion candle. When we get above it, come back to it through the mean threshold of this candle, look for rejection, then quarters on your wick, and then eventually this guy up top here. So be a reaction off that, even if it's just a little tip, tag it, react off of it. Now, do we come back and tag this? Like that? To the body, mean threshold's fine. Or do we run all the way through one more time and tag this here? But that propulsion candle might give us the lift that we need to run to the rejection block. Okay, look for this here, equal highs, and that low. You're into that fair value gap now. See how it just tagged that edge of it? Now you want to see this one stay open, just come back and tag these old highs here. Or we're looking at, oh, let me see here. Sometimes the PD rays come hard and fast and you miss it. If I go here to here, ooh, all the way down to here. It did fill all of it. Right to the pippy. Again, things I miss all the time, looking for premium and discount ranges. $70, 72% mean threshold. Optimum trade entry. Now, if you see a body drop below here, close below that, then that mean threshold that we were looking at up here in that candle that we were talking about is holding price because it's a breaker. And that's a breaker. You come up to the mean threshold of that breaker, it holds price, you're going to get a reaction off of it. Now we want to get back to this breaker, last down close candle, full run above these highs. So breaker to breaker trade. Now does this support price and we're going to start to climb through this? You got to blow through the midpoint. Good. Future trendline phantom waiting to be broken. There we go. So premium, discount, inside that little swing, come all the way back down into order, breaker, breaker to breaker, hit the breaker, come back to this one. This one will slowly get eaten through now. Look for rejection and higher. If this was your stop loss, you'd be able to put it below this low anyway, so you'd still be in that. So 2 o'clock, look for the 2 o'clock high to form then. That's, I think, what was Michael was saying, that you can get your highs forming between 2 and 3. Or 1 and 3.
So there's a fair value gap here. We've just dipped into it here. Continue above. You want to push above this candle high here now. And we're just kind of taking one candle at a time. This may not be your analysis. You prefer more of a macro view of it. I'm just taking each candle and I'm looking at each candle. And as you study each candle this way on a 1 minute, it's definitely going to help you out on a 5, 50 minute, 1 hour, because it's all fractal, man. It's all the same stuff. So if you look at it on a 1 minute and study a 1 minute the same way, if you get rusty at doing these, like you saw, I wanted this to stay open. What I want and what I end up getting are not always the same thing. Fair value gap fills. I'm all right with that. It's a discount array. Back into here. So, you know, if you practice on these 1 minutes, it's going to make your 15 minute, 1 hour daily perspective so much easier to see. Like if this was a daily, bunch of daily candles, and what we just saw here, we broke it down minute by minute. This is exactly the same thing that happens on a daily. Exactly. It's all fractal, man. Nothing changes. Nothing changes. So if you can pick this on a 1 minute, you can pick it on a daily, and you'll have a much better chance of picking your bias, your directional bias, once you practice nailing these 1 minute candles and constantly keep looking for the PD arrays and saying, do I find support off of that? If that's a daily candle I'm looking at, forget this 1 minute. If that's a daily candle and the moment I break that high, I'd rather see it break with a body than a wick. But if I get a high above there, then I'm looking for that high, that open, and that midpoint to be support for my candle to continue to run for rejection and the higher back in July, as it were, run on liquidity. Does that make sense to you guys? I love this candle by candle. Good. So there you go. There's the main threshold. Does it provide a level of support? Or are we still looking at this fair value gap down here? So if you were saying, I'm looking for this to, as this candle broke that high, you're saying, I'm starting off today going, I'm looking for a return to this candle, you're in money, man. Because now it's gone past your objective. It's reaching into the fair value gap below. You're like, woo, I'm in a killer day here, man. This whole day's been killer. I was only expecting it to come back to the high or the body, or even the mean threshold. But look at this, man. It blasted all the way back into here. Well, look at the discount range. So pull your... Again, I love my fib tool. I do love a sexy fib tool. Look at that, 50%, right on the money. So if you were seeing this and you were going on a daily candle and you're saying that it's returning, you go, great, that's where my objectives are. And if I can get into this, I'm going to collect some coinage for the day. And if I even start digging into this one, I'm going to look for the mean threshold of that order block there, which would be, oops. Sorry, not that one. Right there. And I don't take wicks, I just take the bodies. And those of you who are in his mentorship will know that he's a body man, not a wick man. 50%. Now you want to see this fair value gap hold price. See how it came down? Bodies are respecting it. Wicks came down into the threshold. Now we've come back up. Look at this candle here because we've broken it now. Upside, wick, body. Now you want to see it eat right through that mean threshold. Then you look for this spot right here. Right there. And there's a tiny little imbalance you'll see there. The price, if you looked at that, I bet you if I stretch this out, you'll start to see an imbalance there. And if it does come back to here, what's sitting in here? Your inversion. Watch. Boop.
Is that not sexy or what? That's sexy. That's sexy, people. Oh, that's beautiful. See that? We were just calling that as it was happening. It's like the candle whisperer. Now go up. Look at the rejection. Still got that little tiny piece in here. We also have inversion. Come in one more time in there. Now you're well into it. Inversion. Dug into it nice and deep. That's okay. Do we get support at that now? Do we start meeting some resistance here, or do we start closing through it? So look at my bodies of the candles are respecting it. Wicks did the damage, banging up to the top of it. Jeepers. Consolidated environments. See why you hate consolidated environments? There's a little tiny one right in here. Now some of you might go, oh yeah, that's just too messy to constantly playing with candles like that. But if that was a daily chart and you're trying to find yourself a scalp in here, you say, all right, well here's your chart. Now go look for a daily scalp in there. You think, well, what the hell am I going to reach for? I can't read that. I have no idea. Well, you're looking for these inversions and stuff to provide some support. Anything in here that would provide a PD array off of an order block or some sort of discount fair value gap, order block, what range are you in? Those are a bunch of questions you got to ask yourself, right? We just ran out those lows and we're right back into that inversion again. Wick, wick, wick. We're trying to get down there. But are we not? Are we still unfinished up high? So a couple of reaches down. That's where we're kind of hung up in here right now. So order block, we broke it here. Mean threshold. You can almost take your sticks and put sticks out here like this. Is it like your goal? If you're looking at, you like football? You guys like a football reference? Move your sticks. See where the sticks, put your sticks on the, your PD array is good. So now you're running through that one. Now we haven't quite broken this one yet. This hasn't been validated here, so we can't use the sticks on this guy. But we've already blown through the midpoint of that. We've closed through that. So I'll get that guy out of the way. We don't have, either one of these guys aren't valid yet. That's definitely not valid. So we have to keep digging back through. That's the only one we got valid right here. That we've come down from the top of, but we've already blown all the way through it, so it's eaten up. So you have to look at the next one down, which is this guy here. See that candle's a wick? Bring it all the way to the top, come over. Didn't quite clip it yet, but now we're extending up above. Rejection. Boom, there we go. Now we're looking for this. See that inversion fair value gap right there? Man, did that ever dig down in there. Still did not come back and find a nice little top on it and take off, but it was inside it. It held price. The bodies of the candles are respecting that inversion. See that? Wicks did all the damage there. So if you were long on that and you had your stop loss placed below there, the wicks did the damage, but the bodies respected that. Now you're above this guy here. These two, you put them together, and that would make a 2-minute candle. See how that came back and tagged the top of the 2-minute candle? Right there. So then you're looking at here, and your sticks will go like that. The way I used to kind of do these is I go like this, just so you get an idea of when I used to mark up my charts. Back in the day, I used to do this. It would be, I had to have a visual. I'm a very visual kind of guy, so my visual references used to be this, so you get an idea of what it is I'm talking about. Sorry. Bold, that's the one you want. Weaker, weakest. If I lose my little dotted one, that was telling me that's how I transition it. As the dots start to fade away, as the line starts to fade away, it loses its strength. That's how I kind of looked at it in terms of that order block providing me a level of strength, right? If it gets strung off of that, it's still valid there. That's my line in the sand, dots in the sand. And then if I lost that, then I was out. And I used to mark my charts up like this all the time. I do it on the daily, the weekly would all have different colored candles. Like my daily would be blue. So it'd be a big blue line on the top of an order block. Then I'd have that dotted line so that when I'm down to my lower time frames like this, I see this big bold line going across here and go, oh, that's the top of an order block on my daily. Oh, that's the open on my daily order block. Because then I don't have to keep running back and forth between my charts. I would see it on that chart. It would come into fruition. I'd see this dotted line coming through here and go, oh, I'm about to break the midpoint or the mean threshold of that order block on the daily. And if I lose that on a close, then I know I'm on the wrong side or I'm on the right side and we're continuing down. And then my weekly would be gray and my monthly would be red, like a tomato red that I could kind of make out a little bit. Does that make sense? But anyway, that's how I would kind of set up my wicks and stuff. Seems to be marking time till 2 p.m. I think, Derek, tell me if I'm wrong, I think this is going to run for here and then the 2 o'clock is going to bounce off of here, and then we're going to start to see some really nice rejection off of this. But mind you, that's going to start moving now for the next 5 minutes. But either way, from 2 o'clock to 2:10, if we run that out up there and we get a rejection off of that and we see a distinctive pullback, and we can even dig down into the 30-second charts and see if we can't see something in the 30-second chart that shows us a break in market structure to the downside, we can catch in on that and start going for another run down. I've already taken three losses today. So again, moving your sticks to the order block. See? Line in the sand. I just keep moving those. And that's where my eyes go all the time. So if I lose that, I go, okay, now where am I in this? Is it okay to lose this one? And if I did, that's in a premium range. So from there to there, it's in a premium. So if I did lose it, what discount array they're looking for before continuing to the upside? Well, there would be a discount array right in here. So then you go high, mid, sticks would come to here, here, and here. Fair value gap sitting in there. Pull your fib tool. If you get confluences that line up in there with the sticks and with the fair value gaps and blah, 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 you start going, oh, well, that's a logical place it could come back to. Stop loss would go here. I'm going to enter in there. If it doesn't come back there, I don't care. It's late in the day. So now we're above this guy. Move your sticks. Again, you want to see a body get above this, not wicks. It is valid. It's still a valid order block, but you want to see a body close above that. Then this is used at more of a level of support. We got 4 more minutes for it to run up there. Just get out at the rejection block. Make it back in with... Oh, somehow my eyes are getting all blurry, Derek. I thought you said with a blood pullback. Like, what? With a booed foreback. Like blood? He's got his blood on the line. Ben Franklin trade. $100. Love it, Derek. Making some Benjamins. We're banging up against a 5-minute. Awesome. Thanks for taking the time to explain that. Derek's hauling Benjamins out of the market. All right, see how there's no body getting above that? So, remove your sticks. We like to see bodies get above that. So, if you're moving the sticks now, look at this candle here. We want to get a body below that if we're looking at changing direction. If this rejection block now is what's actually going to hold price and we're going to start to move back the other way, again, we're not committing to one side or another. I'm just looking for changes very early in the market that would indicate, instead of us getting this waiting for the big break in market structure, do I see it early even inside a 1-minute candle? Do I see a place where I can say, well, yeah, that's a logical place that we could react off of. If I pull my fib tool from here to here, and I pull that out and go to our quarters, 25% shows weakness. If we stay in that 25%, it's a show of weakness, and if we don't close above 25% or 50%, ideally, you want to see it close above 50% to go higher. If it stays under 50%, we're still going short. This is just returning back into mean threshold. Now we get a body below here. That candle there becomes important for me the moment I get below it. So let me get my sticks out of the side here. We got a lot of wicks. Still got to push up. So for you guys, what time are you looking at for a change in that you would say, all right, now I'm probably thinking that, what if we have a change in direction? When will we start to see a possibility? What time frame do you guys see a change in direction happening? Like a break in market structure to the downside. What candle, what time? What do you guys see? Blood pullback. Blood pullback. We should make that a new ThetaWaveTrader trade. This is the blood pullback, boys. We're going in for blood. Hi, Derek. You're always good for a smile. Good for a laugh. All right. You're going to hear my table going back down my back scale. Sorry. Standing here. Alrighty. So for break in market structure, where are you guys looking? What time frame am I looking? Where would you say, all right, there's a break in market structure on the 1 minute, not the overall, just the 1 minute? Where would you start to say, oh, okay, well, there's my first hint that the break in market structure has been broken, and what would be your rule for that? Out of curiosity. Orca Whale, new guy on the block. Orca Whale, nice to meet you, Orca. For some reason, I wanted to do a Dory there and go. Orca whale, welcome, buddy. I'm going candle blind here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's a big red candle dropping into the fair value gap called the blood pullback trade. Yeah, we call it the piercing. That's the needle, draw blood. Lambo, we are now banging down on the 5-minute fair value gap 50%. So order block, a little consolidation, run above, propulsion candle, come back in, mean threshold, holding price. The high is actually holding the price. Wicks do the damage. Run up above the highs. We're breaking through that 50% of the wick range now. If we close above that, then we're looking for that 2 o'clock high. So we're at 2 o'clock now. So next 10 minutes, I want to see this take this high out, then start creating a break in market structure to the downside that we could get in on for the high of the day. If it doesn't happen, Thursday's usually a reversal day, right? And it's CPI tomorrow, so we do not want to be in messing around in CPI. We'll wait for the market to settle out. Because if we get a reversal here now, and then we'll get this big whip up in CPI numbers tomorrow and fills that 4-hour fair value gap as well as the daily. There's all manner of craziness can happen there. That's going to be your new name car, Lambo. Thank you, man, for all your sharing. I did learn a lot. Plus, for me, is that I'm looking at every candle. Good. I have to say good because I agree. For me, it's just practice. I used to take, when the markets were off, like closed up on a weekend, I used to take my candles like this, and I just close my eyes and fan all the way back, and then I go like this, that candle, and I go, all right, now play. If that candle moved ahead, where would I go next? Then I'll go, okay, down or up, and then I'd move my sticks, and I'd play my sticks, and I'd move my sticks to different areas, and I'd say, well, if I put a trade in there, and then I go, click, next candle, and I go, click, next candle, and I would just keep. That's how I play on the weekends. When I study, I like to take one candle at a time, and I say, when that candle finishes, I would make my decision to do what next. Click. When that candle finishes, what direction am I heading for? And you got to make sure you never jump ahead, and you kind of keep moving your sticks too. Here's where my take profit. Here's my stop loss, and you move your sticks down. And that's how I used to practice. Or still do on the weekends. There, broke the high. Look for this. Look for this, people. Remove. More Benjamins. I'm going to call you Benjamin now, Derek. You're going to be my new nickname for you is going to be Benji. All in the Benjamins. There we go. To answer your question, I think I would use the 2 p.m. low, 16,921 for the market structure shift, but only if and after the daily CIBI was filled. Ah, I like that. Yeah. How long have you been studying ICT? Well, if you look at my bio at the top there, I've been part of Michael's original 800 back in August of 2016. And no, I'm not going to show you my ledger. I had somebody come in here once and say, can you show me your ledger? I'd like to see what you're doing here on the... It's like, look, man, if you can't see what we're doing, and you have to see my leisure to prove whether or not you want to pop in and see my channel, I don't have to prove anything to you. Just stick around and watch. If you like it, great. If you don't, move on. Not a biggie. Yeah, I've been around ICT for 8 years. He was in here, actually. I get to brag about this. ICT was in here earlier today, chatting away with us, talking about spine stuff, talking about injuries. It was all in code, you know. We were talking in code. We were talking about trading, but in code, in spinal cord injuries. Yes, the daily fair value gap, boys. And ladies, if there's ladies in here, my apologies. That'll be the title of my video today. And ICT popped in. Michael came to our channel. The 300 was a good movie. Not that we have the famous, now we have the famous ICT first 800. Yeah, the original 8. Yeah, there was about 850 of us when we first started. And poor Michael, man, he had to put up with a lot of crap because we used to actually have times like this where we'd sit down with him during the day, which you don't have access to in the charter members. I don't think you have access to the actual daily ones, or you would have you've got his mentorship modules on there, but every day we'd be on for like sometimes twice a day for hours, and we'd be live trading with him, he'd be live trading, we'd be watching him, and they'd be talking for hours, and he'd be doing the morning session. He'd be going, okay, everybody, you'd be up at, you know, we're going to catch the London session, I'll be awake tonight, I'll meet you guys in. And he'd come in and he'd have a chat with us. And we'd be doing this kind of thing. People would be talking on the side, and it got so bad, people would be bombarding. You had one guy in particular would bombard poor Michael with so many questions that, you know what his OCD and his ADHD is like. He just kept taking his attention away, and it was driving him nuts. So in the end, we ended up going, look, I'm going to shut down the communication side. I'm just going to talk. So he talked, and we just sat there and listened and didn't ask questions. But his phone number got out there, and people were bombarding the poor guy's phone with phone messages. It was crazy back then. Poor Michael. I don't know how he managed to live through it all. But emails, he would get hundreds of emails. Now he would get thousands. And he literally, there's no way he could answer those questions. And he got to the point where he would just say, look, if I haven't answered your question, just wait. It will be answered in either the mentorship modules or just watching the charts. Write it down and wait. Just let it sit on the side and percolate. It's kind of no different than when you study, if you're studying for school. You read the text, or first of all, I like to go back, answer all the questions in the back of the chapter, the things I know. What I don't know, my brain's already starting to look for answers to the questions I don't know. Then you go back and read the chapter. Then when you read the chapter, your brain is searching unconsciously for the answers to the questions you already read in the back of the study guide. That's how I used to study my paramedic stuff. I had to learn how to learn all over again. Believe me. I was a terrible learner in school. I was a jock. Sports was my thing. Sports and girls. And recess. I was awesome at recess. I could nail recess better than anybody. Do I ever have times where you don't take any trades? Oh my goodness. Yeah. There's been a bunch of times in here I didn't take a trade. We've been talking about this all the way up, and I didn't take trades all the way up here. And we've been calling for this all day. I did take a couple of trades today, and I did lose some trades today. So if you hear from me to nail them every single time, not going to happen. But there's lots of times I won't make it. I don't take a trade. I just got funded yesterday for the first for the new year. I got a funded account with Fivers, and I traded once on there for this morning. It was $10 loss, so I don't get them right every time. There's our objective hit. Now what are we looking for, boys? Boys and girls, what are we looking for now? Hey D, I'm heading out. Want to catch up on Michael's Module 3 as a refresher. I've taken my part today. May check in around 3. And if we all have all good moves for me to get in, but overall had. Good for you, buddy. A nice and profitable day, and congrats on Michael's visit. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks again, Derek. You've been a loyal friend. You've been there for quite some time now, and I appreciate your visits every day, my friend. Every single day. It's a blessing. Thank you. So we've hit the objective, and now we're looking for that 4-hour objective up here. So there's the daily. We didn't get a reaction off of that. We're blowing right through it. So now my eye goes to here, because it is also the inversion fair value gap on this side here. You see that? So if you pull the fair value gap here, from there, oops, from there to there, and I'm going to say 4-hour inside that inversion fair value gap. Now that we're passing through the mean threshold, sorry, consequent encroachment, look for that high. Oh, look at that. How's that for a big drive up? Now, that's a huge drive up. This is going to be good for the stock market for me. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Very interesting. I just looked at the monthly look at where we were at and where we're heading. So that's the mean threshold there. So we take that inversion fair value gap and we break that up into quarters. I think we're still above. Yeah, we're above 50. We're right on 50. We closed above 50, so chances are we're going to continue up. So look at this order block here. Now that we've got this fair value gap forming here, do we get support here and continue up off that 50% mean threshold? Now remember, if we get on top of this here, what does that mean for us? What does that mean for us? Lambo says we have new week opening gap lower on December 22nd, 26, 16,960. So my thoughts now go to, if this 4-hour inversion fair value gap if we close above this, we're looking at this for support now, right? For further upside prices. Because I'm going to close this one out for a second just so you guys can see what the daily looks like. Let me get that off of there. Come on. There we go. All right, so we're just coming up to the top of that. Why do I have it down here? That's the daily fair value gap right there. Okay, my bad. I had it sitting down here. It's actually right here. So we haven't finished the daily fair value gap. That makes a lot more sense. So now we're looking for the inversion fair value gap on the opposing side. On the 4 hour is right here. And the daily fair value gap is a fill at this high. Right there. And we're just hitting it now. That candle's low is 16,968, and this candle's high is 16,965. So we have 3 more handles to go to complete the fill of the daily fair value gap here. So if we played with our candles like we did earlier on the 1 minute practicing, and we were to say this was going to provide a level of support, where would be a good place for us to come back to if we're trading on a reversal Thursday? A Thursday reversal candle, what would be an objective we would aim for? Objective 1 is today's low. 2, mean threshold, consequent encroachment, old high, or yesterday, 2 days ago, it's high, it's open, it's threshold, which is also the mean threshold of that entire daily fair value gap, a revisit. So that's a lot of handles in there for tomorrow, guys, in terms of your bias. If you're looking for a Thursday reversal off of the potential for a Wednesday high, the high to form in the week, and then we start to see a break in market structure to the downside on the 1 minute candle or the 1 hour candle, holy smokes, think about the price, the kind of money you could make inside here, just coming back into fair value gap, scaling out these portions at those PD arrays, which are no different than the PD arrays we were playing with in the 1 minute. If that was a 1 minute chart, we'd be saying right there, if we get a return to that right there, it would be awesome. Well, if we're going to trade that off the top of here as a reversal, and you're seeing a reversal on the higher time or the lower time frames, you pick it and you catch it early, then you're on a nice little run all the way back down into a bias here. Does that make sense to you guys? $16,938 daily candle, $16,938, 16 a low, 16. Look up here. I've got 16,968, and you got 16,938. Lambo. No worries. You might have different charts. Different people have different. 16,968. So we're looking for 10 more handles from here. That'll get us our high. Then look for the lower time frame change in market structure, because we're expecting that price should stop here, right? It's late in the day. We're in the afternoon macro. So we're looking for a reversal to happen. We're looking for a Wednesday high. We're looking for multiple confluences that support that this could be the high. Now, you never want to pick highs, as Michael says. You don't want to always pick a high. But once you get confluences that support that that was the high on the lower time frames, then you can start to look for simple returns to old highs and that order block that we mentioned as a 1 minute high, open, mean threshold. Look at that, 16,965. and we wanted 16,968. So we're still 3 handles short of perfect low or perfect high of that, low of that candle on the daily. So consolidation, run back up. Ooh, this would be nice. Watch this. Now, here's the, here's what I see. Let's go to the 4 hour again. Oh, that's the inversion one. Aha. So if we do get a run back up to the top of the inversion, look at this. Let me make this a little bigger here. Give you an idea what it is I'm looking for. So if we do get this, we get a consolidation in here for a bit. Then we get a false run up, break down, come back into it, and we want to see impulse leg come through it, get support at it, find a breaker in here somewhere for a continuation on the downside. And I want to see it happen right below here, right below that inversion on the 4 hour. Run up, false leg up. Then that leg, you take that projection on what we're talking about way back over here. We talked about that legs, that price leg that takes out the low, and look for the projection up that we were doing. I can't remember which one it was. Earlier this morning, we did that one that took out a low, price leg, picked the high. Same thing here. Want this in a reversal setup. The high that takes out, the leg that takes out the high, as soon as we break down below it, take that leg, your fib tool, do a projection or swing projection down below. When it returns to the bottom of it, or 50% of it, you get short for the next leg. That's a setup. Does that make sense? I agree with the false leg up. So look at this candle here. So we're looking at the consolidations now. Look for these candles that keep practicing your looking at support levels. That candle's been broken to the downside with the body. So you see it came back to the bottom of it, opened on the bottom of it, came up to the body, run down. We're now above this guy, so you're literally in between these two guys right now. One of them's got to break out. We either have to, so look at the PD arrays. So which ones have we got? We've got mean threshold, mean threshold. So if this one runs to mean threshold and stops, watch it return to the mean threshold of this one. So there's mean threshold. Unless it blasts out because it's run out of PD arrays. But that's that PD array there to this PD array here. See where it closes on the 1, 2. We're above. Keep on going. Rejection block. See, closed above that mean threshold. Opened on it. Running up higher. You also have one 16,938 using TradingView daily fair value gap already filled. You have that for the daily fair value gap. Let me go to this daily fair value gap already filled. Oh, down here. Oh, did I go to the wrong one? Or did I not use in a futures chart? My bad, guys. Sorry, I'm using the futures chart, but I'm not using the contract month. See the difference? That's why I was saying 1668 or 968, because I sometimes press the wrong one. You want the contract month. And yes, you are right. You guys are absolutely correct. Very good. You caught my level of deception. You're right. It is 16,938 is the fill of the fair value gap. I was looking at the non-contract month, just the futures market, which is sitting right here as a daily. Oh, sorry, that's 1 hour. Even that I didn't get right. Even here, it's like 9:38. What am I talking about? Darren, you're on crack. What was it? Which one did I just get then? Lord love a duck. What was I looking at? Which one was I calling there? Is it the 4 hour? Oh, there's the 4 hour one. The 4 hour is 9:68. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My apologies. It's the 4 hour fair value gap right there. You see that? On TradingView, it is a contract month. I'll make sure that I'm here. I am in the NASDAQ. It is 4 hours. It is the low or the high of the fair value gap. 4 hour, not daily, should not be blue. See, it's the blue. I trained myself very well. It's blue when it should be the 4 hour color. And this is how I do colors, in case anybody asks. It'll be weekly, daily. One of these was daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute. Then the red was for monthly. The gray was for weekly. And these are all like, you can just put these as different colors for like an inversion fair value gap, depending on the color. So lighter is a fair value gap, darker would be it's been worn through, and the darker it gets, the more it's been worn through. I don't know if you're into color crap. If you like colors, I don't like to rely too much on color other than just the boldness of it. So that's where we're still heading for the 4 hour. Let me rephrase. 4 hour fair value gap high will be completed at 19,968, and I'm sure you all have the same number I have now. Correct, Tamundu? Is that right? Fribba, I made 2%. Oh, 2% loss on my challenge phase, and now I'm psychologically down. Feels like I'm never going to make it possible. You know what, Fribba? That is absolutely a normal thing. You gotta, if you're going to trade and you're going to trade with your emotions, move to the sidelines. Play with your demo account. Don't go into a challenge account just yet. Otherwise, you'll put so much stress on yourself, especially if you're just starting out. Keep your stress level down. Kind of watch, and as we go through this, and you watch how you'll see people, there's very smart people in here that I'm sure would love to give you a hand with stuff. Again, nobody's looking to trade for you, and neither should you just trust everything else everybody else is saying, but watch what we're calling and look for specific levels. Look for your specific setup. It may be one that occurs once a day, and you're just waiting and watching price action. The only way you're going to learn this stuff is if you watch price action and you play with it and just study the crap out of it. And we're looking for specific time and price, and we're even studying how each candle forms and how each candle acts off of the subsequent one. Practice doing that if you want. Again, I don't want to push any learning style on anybody, but I think that's it right there, guys. What's the high on that candle? 69.65. Nope, still 3 more to go. Yeah, you can get down on yourself, and the only thing you're fighting is yourself. You've got to be your biggest advocate. Be gentle. Be kind with yourself. You will get this. Believe me, I have beat myself up. When we first started doing this stuff, it was time when in 2017, Michael was the markets were not acting the way he wanted them to, and he was holding off on trades. Like he did maybe 3 or 4 trades, he said, in the matter of August into January, like 3 or 4 trades. And I'm telling you, I did over 3,000. I'm not kidding you. 3,000 trades I did to Michael's 3. That's how nuts I was about doing trading. I was literally obsessed with when a candle turned, I was like, oh, it's turning. Click. It's in the opposite direction. I was like Jason, like the dragon. I was literally running after every candle, whatever direction I went in. I was like, oh, I got it wrong. And I would delete it, go into another one, or I'd hold it forever. And then I'd start to hedge myself. I'd buy and sell in both directions. And it was terrible. And I beat myself up so emotionally. You'll see me now, even today, you would have saw earlier, I second guessed myself. And I got out of a trade sooner than I could have. So I do understand your psychological pain, my friend, but stick with it. But have the mental discipline to support yourself and to trust that you'll get it. If you beat yourself up, there's nothing worse than adding weights to your own treading water. When you're trying to tread water, you got to be kind to yourself. Don't grab a rock and say, I can't swim, and keep adding more rocks to your weight. Lift yourself up, man. Your psychological game, once you figured out this stuff, the psychological game is your next one. And that is way harder than learning any of this candle stuff. It really is. For me, it was. I don't know what it's like for other people. If you've got the mental discipline to do this early, then bless you, man. Like, seriously. Much respect. And it's for you, man. If you start putting things on there like I did the same thing. I'll do it for my family. I'm going to get my parents are retired. They don't have a lot of money, so I got to make money for them. I want them to enjoy the best retirement they possibly can. I want to see a homeless guy on the street and say, hey, what is it you're passionate about? What would you love to do in your life when everything was going great for you? What was your passion? What was your dream? And help a guy build a dream, or that lady a dream. I wanted to get kids. I wanted to help out kids in school, they were like genius kids that never got recognized, and in the projects or something like that just never got recognized, but were just keen to learn. They just wanted to get out and learn. And I wanted to get a house for them, buy different houses in different cities so I could house kids, give them free education, room and board. The only thing was no drugs or alcohol, and stay focused on you. If you want the dream, you can make the dream. I'll make it happen for you. I'll get a house and you can stay in it rent free. I'll pay for your education, but you must maintain a certain GPA and you must be committed to your goal. Otherwise, I'll give it to somebody else who really wants it. That's the kind of stuff I wanted. And you start adding all that on top, and you use that dream to be your muse to move you forward. It's great. But if you keep taking steps back, you take 1 step forward, 3 steps back, the dream gets a little further away and you beat yourself up on it, especially if you take a loss. Like I took major financial losses, dropping thousands of dollars in the markets, trying to do this, trying to over and over again. I went through the school of paying for it, not using demo money. I used real money and got beat up. So it's been a big milestone for me to get a funded account yesterday, to use somebody else's money and get funded. And then for Michael to turn up, oh man, I'm waiting for the trifecta to come in now. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. This is like the 3 and you guys have put me over 100 subscribers. There's like so much gratitude in my life right now, but I never would have got here had I not kept believing in myself. And I'm 58. I haven't got the brain capacity that you young people got, let me tell you. It happens, bro. The monthly chart looks really nice on direction for the rest of the month. Anyway, got a nice being in here. Anyway, gotta go. Nice being in here. Look forward to seeing more of your videos. Yeah, thanks, Robert Shank. Loved having you, man. Thank you so much for popping in, and we'll be here again tomorrow. Topping out the new week Opening gap. Crazy moments happens during learning phases. I've heard, yep. What a vision. 108. Oh, I haven't refreshed, but 108. Gosh, man. My heart's overflowing. Gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Find your inspiration, find your muse. People, we're here to try and make it grow. I'm trying to build a community where everybody supports each other. The trolls that are out there, it just seems so heartbreaking for people who you try to make it and you don't have people that give you some support. I'm all for supporting you. Anyway, you know what I'd like to do? I love what Mr. Beast is doing. I think what he's doing is amazing. Wouldn't it be great if you could make the kind of money that provides safety and security for your family, helping out your friends, and then having something you can take some money and put it aside and build something like Mr. Beast does. Go in and dig in wells in Africa, or helping out the homeless, or feeding people. You know, people are hungry. There's people out there starving. Operation Smile, places I've done things where you donate to Operation Smile, where you help kids with cleft palates. You know how much that makes a difference in someone's life? Or leprosy. Man, I contributed to the Leprosy Foundation for a while, helping people with leprosy. Anyway, find something that helps you pay back into the world and give back to the world. We're not here for a long time, believe me. I've been in a career that sees life ending real quickly in some people's lives, and it's only just getting started. So whatever time you got here, love each other, take care of each other, find a way to pay it forward. And if I can help anybody out along the way, I'm game for that, man. I'm 100% committed to that. Just drop down to the 15-minute fair value gap. On the 15, okay, 5. Here's what we're looking for now. What are we looking for here? I want to see that come through here on a 5-minute chart. See this start to break through here now. We've got relative equal highs here. I don't like that. Don't like it. Even though that one is slightly higher than that one, I think. What is that? That's high is 65. High is 49, 64. So it is slightly higher than that one. So I like the fact that it's equal highs. To me, I don't think they want to leave that untouched yet. And we still have those two little spots above 4 hour and the inversion fair value gap. We're inside that inversion now. We've hit 50%. See how that 50% of that inversion is right there, and we've hit. Our bodies are respecting it. The wicks are going through it. Bodies are respecting it. So now I want to see this fair value gap give way, come back, find some support at it, and continue through. Ideally, I need to see this breaker get lost. Get lost, breaker. I need to see this one go. If we break below this low, then we've got ourselves a break in structure for me. On the 5-minute at least, anyway. I subbed twice. How could you sub twice? 85 to 108. Congratulations, brother. Yeah, thank you. Like, wow. 23 people in one day. It's funny because I was watching Tanya Trades. I'm sure you all know her. I respect anybody who's on here doing it live, trying to do the best they can. Tanya Trades, she's got tons of people coming out. She's got like 15,000 people. And I recommend anybody go to her. check her out. She's great. And my buddy over there, Hydra, he's doing the thing, man. He's trying to make people happy. Anyway, I saw her. She was getting new subscriptions. She was like at 9,000 something. She goes, well, if it breaks 10,000, I'll sing a Christmas song for you guys. And it was going brah, 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 just rolling over. I'm like, I get really happy if I got 20 people in a day. That's amazing. And the fact that I'm in 2 digits with people watching has been exciting, because I'm used to being under 2 digits worth of people watching me every day. Like yesterday, I think it was, we had maybe 4 people popped in to see us. And now we're getting like double digits. I'm like strutting around like a peacock right now. And Michael turned up. Like, wow. What a head rush. I'm going to get my head out of my office today. My office, not my orifice. My office. She did 2K. I bet she did like 2K in one day. Ah, bless her. You know what? It's great. And believe me, she's a lot nicer on the eyes than I am. You don't want to see my mug on the screen. I'm in the morning. I'm in my pajamas still, and it's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'd have to get up, have a shower, do my hair, puff up my cheeks, pinch my cheeks, get a little rouge or something like that. Not that I wear rouge, but you know what I mean. I'd have to pretty myself up for you guys to go, oh boy, I'd rather just look at candles. All right, so we're into this fair value gap. Mean threshold. I bet you that's a mean threshold of that fair value gap right here. Look at that, 50%, mean threshold. Okay, good. So we've dipped into that, got a reaction out of it. Now we want to see this mean threshold here give way for us to continue on the upside, or are we going to start to push through that mean threshold there? Anyway, my eye goes here for, I want this to become an inversion, to find support at it. Before I get this down here and we get a confirmation and a break in market structure, I want to start seeing it on a 1 minute. And I want it based on looking at candles. When we get below them, do they provide levels of support at the 3 levels I talked about? And do we get the next one, the fair value gap? Do we eat into it? Do I eat all the way through it? Do I come below it with a body, come back into it? Now I start to go, curious. Now I start to go, what below me is a discount? Is this just one of those discount runs before running back up again? Can I get a quick Benjamin, like my buddy Derek does there? Can I grab a Benjamin out of this before we get confirmation that that is the downside run? So mean threshold. We had this wick in here. I'd like to see it start to push back up, clean these highs out, get our wick, then our breakdown. This would be really nice to see the low get taken. This would be a nice place for later on, and I'm going to mention that here now. So it's actually on tape. Who does tape anymore? It's not tape. On the internet. That if we see this run up in here, this could be a nice little place for a break in market structure to the downside that supports a downward run into Thursday. Almost want to kind of, once you start to see these things forming, you almost want to see, what would I like to see happen in the next 5 to 10 minutes? We can get lost in each candle, but kind of predict now where we're running out at the end of the day. We're going into a possible Thursday reversal. We're going to CPI tomorrow, where we could get a pop-up and then a huge rip down. And digging back into that range. But I do like the monthly. Look at the monthly here. That monthly wick. The low Look at that monthly. Drove all the way up, all the way back down, equal highs. Ding dang a dong, and ripped all the way back up again. Huh. See that? Feel the fair value gap. If you're looking at that as a 1 minute candle and you saw this break this low and this inversion fair value gap now occurs and you were coming back up into that and you catch that short for that whole freaking week and you're looking for this fair value gap low, mean threshold, or the high, the mean threshold, and the equal lows, man, you would have just been cleaning house. You could have held your trade all the way through that and held that as a swing trade for the whole week. That's why we practice on the 1 minute. You're a good person, and your bio on your channel description is so honest, it says it all. I think you have a big subscriber growth to come. Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. She was mentioned the charter telegram, and the member suggested you instead. Oh, well, I suggest Tanya. I like Tanya. I like anybody who's putting it out there, anybody who's really trying it. Like Michael says, man, it's hard to put your thoughts out there and put it on the line for people. If you're wrong, it could be hit psychologically. And I know for Hydra, he wants to be right. He wants to be right for his subscribers. He wants to do the best. I want him to do the best I can for you guys. But I want to try and call it out and let you guys make your decision on what you see and what I see. And if I see a trade and I take it and I'm wrong, I don't care. I don't mind being wrong. And I love the fact that Hydra, he likes to make sure that he's doing the best he can for people. He comes from an honest place, as far as I'm concerned. And I like Tanya. She's kind of a genuine girl, too. So we have a fill of that fair value gap right back to the second one. I don't know about you guys. Do you have the same? Have you guys, anybody in here actually looked at the idea of when you see two fair value gaps in a row, two or more, I always discount the first one and go to the beginning of the second one. Now, it's easy for me to say that here, but next time when you see fair value gaps in a row and you see a potential retracement, look for the second one, the first one to fill completely, and the second one to return to just the high or the midpoint. Mean threshold. I tell you, there's I like building bots, and I'm not great at it, but I like building bots. And I was trying to develop a bot that would recognize fair value gaps. And now there's so many different things you can do on managing bots. I think Mr. T and I are going to sit together, put our heads together and try and come up with a bot idea to trade. But PineScript, you can't add it to PineScript. I don't know anything about trading PineScript, so we're stuck. There we go. Equal highs are taken out. That's what we're hoping for. Now, remember when I was talking about here, I like to see this run up here and then come down and use this as a takeout point. That's what we're looking for. This would be a nice little, see this consolidation, run up, the leg that takes out the highs. We start to come down below that now, trade back into this consolidation. Whatever happens in here, we like to see some bold candles down. trade back into this consolidation low or high, midpoint, 50% for a short into Thursday. What was I talking about there? My brain is frying now. It's at the end of the day. Here we go. What's the high on that? 67, 68. Boo-boo! We're finished. It's finally completed. We are completed. So the leg that takes out the high. Look for a run up here now. How delicious is that? Oh yeah, I was talking about bots. Now I have a bot that recognizes a run below a low, then takes out a previous high and returns back to that high and continues up. How's that for a bot idea? If there's a consolidation, they're trying to get it to program it to recognize a consolidation though, because consolidations can be various sizes and depending on what time frame you're on. There, look at that. Precision reacted off of it. Now we're going to continue blowing through it. This would be awesome for the markets. Awesome, awesome, awesome for the markets. Yay. I've been calling for NASDAQ to go higher. I love it. Now this is the guy up here I'm looking for next. Fair value gap up on the high. Breaker. Breaker. Are we going to get a reaction off of that? Dang straight. Now, wouldn't it be good if we ran up tomorrow into that and then we get on top of this fair value gap 4 hour here and then start pushing for this? And this is just a big, bold week all the way up. Sexy, people. Sexy. That's what it is. Lambo saying silver bullet. Oh. Stand by. Mom and Dad are calling. Hang on. Hello. My mentor turned up at my show today. I was super excited. He came in, he had a chat with me and everything. I had a chat with the boys, and all of a sudden my subscriptions just shot up from 85. I'm at 108 right now. I got the boys in there. I got 17 people in here all listening to you guys right now. Yeah, all right. We're having a grand old time here today. All right, I will call you back in a few minutes, and I'm just going to close this out. And I've got 6 more minutes, and I'm going to close this out. So, yeah, I'll call you right back then. All right, I love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, they're so cute. I hope you guys can look at your parents and go, damn, they're cute. The older they get, the cuter they get. Six-hour live. I missed 2 times eating. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about. Consolidation on the 1 minute. Return back to the top of the consolidation. We only had a wick above it. Now that body, if it gets back into that old high here, mind you, we're late in the day. I do like this here though. Tomorrow, I'm not doing any more trading for today, but tomorrow I'd like to see us close above this. And we are, look at that. Oh yes. I want to see this close above this, come back down inside that fair value gap. If we close inside that 4 hour fair value gap right here, and then come back, find some support at the top of this inversion fair value gap on this side, that might be the projection we need to run all the way up. If we get a nice run into here, CPI pushes us back down to the rejection block, either into the midpoint. It can have a big swing down in there. I'm all right with that. Into the consequent encroachment of that rejection block. And then we have a damn good rush up into the fair value gap up top here, this inversion. Oh, that would be so nice, because then there's a daily fair value gap up here that's quite big. Anyway, that's where I'm looking for, people. Where am I from? England. Originally from England, mate. I could pull it out for you if you like. It's not a problem. Got my accent from Pompey, down south, where my mother and my father are from. Yeah, I'm from England originally. Then Winnipeg, Manitoba. And then out here in the lovely province of Alberta in the mountains. It's Rocky Mountains. And, small little town just south of Calgary now. But that's, I'm gonna wrap that up for the day. Thank you so much, you guys. I'm blessed having you people pop in for the day, and thank you so much, Michael, for making your presence known. Thanks for coming in and sharing your thoughts with me, even though we didn't do much talking about trading while Michael was here. We did talk about some biology. I do love anatomy and physiology. And blessings to you all. Thank you so much. And I will see you tomorrow. If you're interested in popping in again, I will be here tomorrow. You can hit the like and subscribe button. We do have a Telegram. We have a Telegram account in the bio section. You can hit us up in there. We're 24 hours a day. I'm always kind of popping in the middle of the night. If you've got something on your mind and you want to put it in there, we can have a chat. Go for it. That's more people we have in there, the merrier. We're all about supporting each other. I'm not going to have extra categories in mind, like what's going on in the world and people and hate and all that crap that's going on in the mentorship one. There's so many categories and so many negative people taking little snipes at someone in there. There's some really great people in there. So this community is only about good stuff, only about supporting each other. No one's peacocking here. We're all about loving and supporting each other and taking care of each other. And we can help you get there along the way. Let's do it. Let's all do it together or do it on your own. I'm okay with all that too. Share the love. Take care of each other out there. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. 6:30, 7 o'clock Canada time, 9 o'clock New York time. I'm usually on here starting up. So anyway, thank you again for everybody turning up. Bless you all. And I will see you tomorrow.